ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet. It's like pieces of a puzzle I love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. All right. Next up, I think we'll do the Galaxy song, but before we do that, let me just make a quick message.
Over a vast prehistoric world yet to be discovered.
Oh, who are they going to talk about here, everybody? Patron saint of vertebrate paleontology? Hero to us all? Who are we going to talk about now in this? If you know, type her name into chat. Not Jack Horner. No, yeah, and not Sir Richard Owen, Javasaurus. Good guess, though. We're talking about the right time period, at least, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Daikaiju, Mary Anning.
No one dreamed sea monsters could be real.
Like, there were dinosaurs that lived at the same time as our early mammalian ancestors, and the smartest of the dinosaurs were smarter than the smartest of the mammals, we think. And they were as intelligent as they needed to be in their environment because they were remarkably successful. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for over 150 million years, so they were plenty smart. Sometimes being too smart can actually be a disadvantage. I mean, shoot, look at us today, where we're in the process of absolutely wrecking our planet. And being smart can also, you know, can lead you to do things like polluting the environment or creating nuclear weapons. You know, maybe human intelligence will turn out to be a mistake. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see. And is that dotted bit an impression of the skin? It is, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you. I almost forgot. This is an impression of the skin right here. This kind of pebbly texture like this. That is duck-billed dinosaur skin. Pretty neat. These guys must have had such tough skin in order to have it be preserved like this. We're not talking about like kind of leathery skin like on an elephant. We're talking about like pebbly, almost like on a Komodo dragon, but much, much bigger. You know, tough, tough skin. Tough enough that when most of this animal rotted away, bits of the skin were still there and got buried in the sand along with the bones. So, pretty darn cool, right? Yeah. If anybody at home has got a Prius and they want to be able to take it off-road, look up Prius Off-Road. There's a company in Chico, California, where they produce these lift kits for them. So it gives you just enough ground clearance where you won't scrape when you're going over rough terrain and stuff, and it allows you to put larger tires on it. So I'd recommend that. Yeah. Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus are, they were what we call coeval. So they lived at the same time and the same place in the Morrison biota, this kind of series of ecosystems that's preserved in the Morrison Formation. So Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus would have encountered one another. They would have lived side by side. In fact, you could say...
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, maybe not quite roommates, but they definitely... ...to the woods, and then you hear this almost like a whale singing. like a... And that was the wind whistling through those slats. They knew it would do that when they built it, but that was just the right design for the slats in order to provide the least amount of wind resistance, so the bridge wouldn't sway as much. But I guess, you know, kind of a side effect of that is you get the sound. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, again, there's not too much to show in the actual quarry itself right now, given that we just got here yesterday and started digging. And we're just approaching the bone layer again right now. But this whole area where Fisher's working and where Justin is sitting right there, we're going to be removing a lot of this to get down to the bone layer, and then once we're down in the bone layer itself, the pace changes. We start working with hand tools, going a lot more slowly. Because you don't want to be using a pick or a shovel where there might be bone. You want to use smaller, more precise tools as you're working more slowly so you don't actually destroy any of the bones. Skulls. It's Acrocanthosaurus up there. Beautiful. Here, will somebody make a clip for Lenina? Check it out. Acrocanthosaurus. It is a life-size cast. It looks almost like it's cast in bronze. Or something's getting pulled up the weather here. But really, first dinosaurs would have looked kind of like little Eoraptor. You know, like you see right there. And so basically, dinosaurs start right here. Everything that evolves from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs is a dinosaur, by definition. So all of these creatures here, you can trace them all back to that right there. So that's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You know, that's why critters like, you know, like Dimetrodon, like Dimetrodon right here are not dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs start right there. You know, this is called like the crown group definition of a clade. It's everything that evolved from that ancestor is one of its descendants. So all of these guys are descendants from the ancestral dinosaur. From right here.
Guy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And if you look at the size of that brain relative to the skull, you know, Jingmai O'Connor has looked at pictures with scales and whatnot.
Yeah.
She thinks that might be the biggest dinosaur brain we got.
So it would beat Troodon then.
Could be. It's certainly in that size range.
Well.
But these guys may give rise to Troodons. I mean, where the split,
Yeah, that would be
in
really
that fuzzy
interesting.
bottom of that radiation.
We've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream before, how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, that much is obvious. But, like, where exactly do birds come from within Dinosauria? Are they more closely related to Troodontids, to dromaeosaurs? And it could be that, like, they're more closely related to critters like Utahraptor.
Well, certainly closer to Utahraptor than Velociraptor or Deinonychus. But this animal, this new one, may be even closer. You know, which is
really exciting.
Really, you know, cool stuff. All right, you want to talk about...
Let's talk about the skull a little bit. That's charismatic and, you know, it'd be easy for... Not too shabby. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Skull, and we can kind of... Here, if you want to hold that. It's not heavy. And you could drop it, and it's fine. It's just plastic. The other day.
Now let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dentary, and these are the post-dentary bones. And in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there. Yeah.
So this is, you know, post-dentary, cerangular, you know. And you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. You know, this maxilla goes and you can see it drops down, there's more of it. But if you look over there, there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things, you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there, so you're looking at like you're inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth. Yeah, it's not all ideal. There you go, Volcano Doc, yeah. Yeah. So he did this to me. This was the result. I thought this was really funny. And more than one person on the crew said, Danny, you don't look that different. Which I guess I can take as a compliment.
Oh, and that is cool looking there.
It's like a big monster.
It's like a sauropod, just
Right? A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
here it comes, yeah.
I could do it, however, with Godzilla. So we'll see.
Get wrecked, Larry Martin. Lovely Lake Tahoe. I'm on the California side right now. Let me kind of turn this around so I can give you your bearings. So right now we're
Standing on the north shore of Lake Tahoe. There is the south shore. Way down there, that's South Lake Tahoe. That's west, that's the west shore. This is the California side over here. And that over there, off in the distance, those mountains are in Nevada.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Are you paleontologizing?
It's called paleontologizing. Ah! Oh, very cool. Is this? Shoot, is this a genuine Stegosaurus skeleton here? Are those the actual bones? Is this from the Holland quarry? Or Holland quarry? Hayden quarry? The quarry at Dinosaur National Monument. What's it called? Holy cow, that scapula certainly looks real. And some of those plates certainly look real too. Some of them are mounted incorrectly. That one is like sideways, which is weird. But yeah. Very cool.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants!
Watch out, Fisher, you're real close to them.
Oh. Was there anything put in that scoop?
I don't believe so. No frags or anything. Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Some progress there. Hello? You butt dial me? Yes. Thank you for everything, everybody. And with any luck, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, maybe from the Ceratopsian site. We'll see. But yeah, hope you learned something today. Hope you had a good time. Hope you've got a newfound appreciation for paleontology and for the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. Until next time, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go tune in to Science Streams. Big Time Big Boy. Big Time Big Boy says, if I was a paleontologist, I think I would view Colonel Sanders as one of the great villains of history. Sure, yeah. That is just such an interesting, like, source of conflict that I want to claim that for myself, yeah. Yeah, Colonel Sanders, one of the great tyrants. One of the great monsters of our age. Yeah, because, of course, of the fact that chickens are birds and birds are dinosaurs. So, yeah. Right at the beginning.
It's kind of tough to pry here. Oh yeah, it's moving. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna reshift a bit.
Right here. I feel like I got a pretty good handle.
We could probably just flip it in hands. All right, ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Walter.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Sweet. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
Excellent.
that iron concretion that kind of looks like bone. That, I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think.
So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys. Very nice. Egrets. I've had a few. Catching fishes down by the bayou. And let's see.
Not the only one.
Have I done any international digs? I've not yet, Data 500. Not yet.
Problem is, you might not let them back in the country.
Yeah, you want to? We've got.
Yeah, holy cow. Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so
This is incredible, Rob. Holy cow.
Yeah, so this. When was that excavated? In the
It would have
70s?
been,
About around 1980.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right.
No, it was in the 70s.
Okay.
Early 70s.
Okay,
actually.
so this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago. Little creature, but what's incredibly important about this animal is that it's one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. And when things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of armor. Now, having said that, all the armor that you see, a lot of this was restored, although there were over 100 pieces of armor. So this came from the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. And
We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, did that wash flow? No.
Oh, yeah.
That did.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was, I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow, yeah.
It's really important to, you know, quarry engineering, you know, people don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in the Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was, yeah.
There was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for a Apatosaur, near the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right in the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, you know, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole, and filled with water. You can look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. You know, the bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Particularly in the Morrison Formation, because often those shales, they didn't go into the bone at all. They swell, swelling clays that are derived from volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And as they expand, they blow your bones up. Yeah, I saw a whole beautiful Camptosaur bone turned into dust one time.
That's a nightmare.
Cover your quarry, particularly in the Morrison.
Yep. Dear Professor Danny, thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned tail birds and the keel of the sternum, which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you.
And this guy pulls something out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Passes it over to me. What do you think of this? And I look at this thing and it's like, this. That's Spielberg's raptor. And I look at it, I go, well, mine's bigger. It's not as fat, it's more of a blade. That one is actually not even a biologic logarithmic curve.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird curve. And it's textured like a ram's horn, you know, which is not how a claw's gonna look.
But yeah, our Apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, you should have a nice small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, you know, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, small brain, It's part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right.
Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to see all of you here. Glad you could join me. Happy Wednesday. We're going to be talking about a brand new dinosaur today. We kind of hinted at it yesterday, but we're going to be going in depth and looking at the original paper, looking at some press releases, and I've been jazzed to talk about this since I started hearing rumors about it, probably like 10 years ago. Then I saw photos of the specimen at SVP this year, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis, beginning of November. Oh man, I knew it was something special, and I'm excited to share it with you. So anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Trying to walk you through how fossil science actually works, what paleontology is all about. I do that through a lot of viewer Q&A, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We go over new scientific papers here. We interview other paleontologists. We do a lot of streams live from the field, digging up fossils and collecting specimens, collecting data out in the Badlands of the Western United States. Looking forward to doing more of that in just a few weeks here. We'll be going back out to St. George, I hope. I just got back from there a few days ago. If any of you happen to miss those streams, check out the VODs. They're a lot of fun. It's an important project, this salvage operation we're doing out there, trying to save these fossils before they get destroyed, before the site turns into a construction site. Anywho, like I said, today we're going to be talking about this brand new dinosaur, and I think that's going to lead us in a lot of interesting discussion directions. We'll be talking about evolution, we'll be talking about digit loss, since this dinosaur is pretty bizarre in only having 2 fingers on each hand. We'll be talking about why that matters, how that happens. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. And Sweetie Pie, what are you doing hanging out there? You come up here? Doesn't want to come up on the desk. Anyway, let's see who's here in the chat right now. Lenina and Kodali and Matt M33. I remember Kodali and Matt M33 were super early, as usual. This is awesome. I appreciate you. Lenina, I hope you're doing well. Golganek, you too. Great to see you. Are my closed captions on? Shame on me. They are not. Closed captions, begin. All right. We're cooking. Sweetie Pie, here you are. How are you doing? You gonna say hello? Who else have we got? Hannah PB&J, how are you doing? Hello to you. Ace SP, welcome back. It's good to see you. Thanks for returning. Suavorio, howdy. Coley Online, what's shaking with you? We've got Nelf and Bush Doctor. We've got Orange Boy. We've got Taxdo. Hello, Taxdo. Maximus. And Devo G27. Hello. Charlie's Dragon. Great to see you as always, Charlie's Dragon. You, I don't know if you were here at the beginning of yesterday's stream, but you won our Clips Goat of the Day. Our Clips Greatest of All Time of the Day yesterday. We'll be looking at yesterday's clips too and picking our favorite. Trying to encourage people to clip things more often so that we've got more fodder for those clips openers. Instafan, what's shaking with you? Hello. Jazzy Cat. Howdy. Crimson Carnotaurus. Good to see you. Casey Snowart. Casey, it was really fun tuning into your stream yesterday, your Art Gym stream. It seemed like it went well. I hope you're able to resolve those tech issues soon, because, yeah, you'd be a shoo-in for Twitch partner, I think. So I'm excited for you. It's good to see you, Casey. Ibis Hewitt.
Is that an I or an L? Ibis Colt? Ibis Cuit? I like Ibis Colt. Colt of the Ibis. Really like that long, droopy beak. And Taxdu, hello, hello. Starma, what's shaking with you? Rusty Guy, and it then did. Fulcion says, I'm here as well. I can see that, Fulcion. Thanks for announcing your presence. It's good to have you. Wind528, hello, hello. Danish Viking, how are things? And Flavia Victrix, hello to you too. It's a name I don't recognize. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. And Froky the Rescued Toad, hello to you also. How's it going? Sweetie Pie here is, she wants to get her, she's here to collect rent, really. Aren't you? Okay, okay. Without further ado, Sweetie Pie, we'll get you what you came here for. Yeah. Ooh. There we go. Look at all those treats. My goodness. It's gonna be a scavenger hunt to find those on the desk. What? You don't want to eat the treats? What? What? What's going on? Look, they're for you to eat. You don't want that? I know the bag is kind of busted. Are they a little stale now? Is that the issue? What? Oh, Sweetie Pie. Subsonic Flight, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. She's doing a diet now? I guess so. I guess so, Sweetie Pie. You know, can I tempt you with those? What? These treats were made for eating. You're not... No? Cats, you know? What do you want? Want some love and attention, it seems. Yeah, I think Lordy's taking a nap, and Ios is off at work right now. So, you just came here for the attention. Do you want to sit on my lap? Be a good spot for you. Want to come join me? No? Let's try that. Let's try that. What do you think?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Niffler, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Here to check on her stream, apparently. Here we go. There we go. Okay, never mind. She is a little baby. You are a little baby. I see you over there. Ladies and gents, that's Sweetie Pie there. Anywho, let's do a quick check to see if we've got any new things going on. Oh! They made me the focus of the article? Well, well, well. Right here, St. George News in St. George, Utah. I had a chat with a reporter right before we did our museum live stream last week. Was that last Wednesday? I guess a week ago today. Right here. Look at that live streamer. Aims to boost support for St. George Emergency Fossil Dig. Holy moly. Here we go. Here's a link right there. Thank you, Claire Burr. My goodness.
Where crews are working. Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then.
Yep.
Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid, and I'd always wanted to come here, never had a chance to until right now. So I figured I'd show up and help with the excavation as much as I can, and also help spread the word about this as much as I can too. See if I can garner some support, get people excited about it, get them to donate or potentially volunteer, and yeah, here I am.
Aduza shares his first impressions of southern Utah.
Utah is a wonderland for dinosaurs, and St. George in particular. In terms of dinosaur tracks, you really can't beat this place. It's pretty special. It's a very special place. I hope everyone in St. George realizes just the wonders you have right in your own backyard. Being from California, from the Bay Area, I'm a little bit jealous.
To learn more about paleontologizing, how to volunteer for the fossil dig, and what's being discovered there, read the full story online. This is Alicia Lundgren reporting for St. George News, your #1 source for local news.
Oh yeah, excellent. I think that came out pretty good. I'm happy about that. Thank you very much to Alicia for the interview and for helping us get the word out, you know? Article reads, Danny Aduza is a paleontologist hailing from Oakland, California. He made a long multi-state journey. And I was surprised. I crossed more states than I expected getting there, because you also go across the corner of Arizona to get to St. George. So it was across California and Nevada and Arizona and then into Utah. It's a 4-state trip. He made a long multi-state journey to offer support to an effort he said was important, a fossil dig at a unique site in the heart of St. George. Aduza is not alone. People from across the country have traveled to the dig site to uncover what they can on a deadline, as the area will soon be inaccessible. The site, found across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, is the location of a future electrical substation. Yeah. Construction is expected to begin in May, St. George News reported. As the owner and host of the Twitch channel Paleontologizing... Ooh, let's click that link and see where it gets us. In new tab. Holy cow, here we are. Good stuff. As the owner and host of the Twitch channel Paleontologizing, Aduza describes himself as a full-time science communicator, live streaming about 4 days a week. But if he's in the field at a fossil excavation, he'll broadcast up to 7 days a week, trying to show people what it's really like to actually do paleontology, he told St. George News. My interest in paleontology goes way back to when I was very small, he recalled. My parents joke that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist the same day I realized I couldn't be a dinosaur. Yeah. Aduza heard about the emergency dig from Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Papa Jim. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid. I always wanted to come here, he said. Never had a chance until right now, so I figured I'd show up and help with the excavation as much as I can, and also help spread the word about this as much as I can. See if I can garner some support, get people excited about it, get them to donate or actually volunteer. It feels weird reading my own words, like a direct quote, in a newspaper article. It's kind of a new experience for me. Aduza added that he's pretty proud. Some of my viewers have been making donations, and it definitely helps out a lot. And this is true. I'm more than pretty proud. I am immensely proud of what this community has been able to do. The support we've been able to offer this project, it warms my heart. He hosted multiple live streams in St. George. There we go. Yeah, excellent. Goes right to the VODs page. He hosted multiple live streams in St. George, showing the excavation, taking a tour of the museum, with elite paleontologist and curator Andrew Milner. I love that description of Andrew. Elite paleontologist and curator Andrew Milner. And watching a backhoe lift a rock slab containing dinosaur footprints from the earth. St. George News joined Anduza for a portion of his museum tour. I want to show people what these specimens actually look like once they're cleaned up and put on display, to provide some context for what they saw yesterday during the dig site live stream. Anduza said that while this was his first trip to St. George, he's loving it so far, describing the city as a wonderland for dinosaurs. It's true. It's a very special place, he said. I hope everyone in St. George realizes just the wonders you have right in your own backyard. Being from California, from the Bay Area, I'm a little bit jealous. We don't have dinosaurs. This is the sort of place that could have been like a national monument. It's a world-class fossil site. That's the reason I came here. The layers being excavated contain fossils from the late Triassic, shortly before a mass extinction event, to the early Jurassic when an ancient freshwater lake, Lake Whitmore, was host to various prehistoric species. And Anduza said sites representing the earliest Jurassic period are not well represented in North America. There's a bit of everything here, Anduza said. We've got fossil footprints, some of them are swim traces, dinosaurs actually swimming there. We've got bits of fossil fishes, we've got bits of plants, we've got bits of invertebrates. It's kind of a nice sample platter of all these different organisms that were living at the beginning of the Jurassic period. These fossils provide paleontologists a snapshot into what this ancient environment was like, Anduza said. As I understand, it's kind of unique to have what we call body fossils, which are the bones and scales and teeth of the animals, right alongside footprints too, he said. To learn more about what paleontologists can learn from fossils, footprints, swim tracks, and even butt prints, read this St. George News report. There we go. Oh, this is awesome. This is from last summer. Another article from Alicia there. Starman says, does California have dinosaurs at all? We do. We have a few. I'm actually hoping to work on one of them later this year. I'm trying to line things up to make that possible. But yeah, I'd like to be able to do some further work and publish a paper on one of our dinosaurs. We certainly don't have a lot of dinosaurs, at least not non-avian dinosaurs in California. We've got 2 dinosaurs that have been named, and 1 more that hasn't been named. Might be deserving of a name. We'll see. But yeah, so far, from the state of California, not including Baja California, which is part of Mexico, I think we've got 3 dinosaur specimens. There are 3 that are at least more than like a tooth or a single bone. So yeah. So what's going on at the dig site? Crews have been excavating different areas at the site, moving through time in steps, with the oldest layers at the site's lowest point and more recent fossils up a small hill. Lab manager Hunter Carter explained. In stratigraphy, it's the study of rock layers, which describes rock layers and the relationship with the geological timescale. Older layers are typically found beneath younger layers, unless a geological force like a fault movement has deformed the rock. Occasionally, you can get really dramatic things where, like, the rock column just gets flipped upside down, in which case the older stuff would be at the top. But that's rare, and you can usually tell really easily when that's happened. So these rocks are part of the same unit, Carter said of the site's layers. The same lake environment is creating these. Obviously, the lake level is changing, so you've got the actual lake bottom deposits here, whereas at the museum you have the lake shore. Crews have been uncovering fish fossils and scales, including those thought to belong to coelacanths or semionotus fish, which have super tough diamond-shaped scales, said volunteer Hannah Pettyjohn. Hannah was on our streams too. Yeah, semionotus is closely related to modern garfish. If we're really lucky, we might actually find sharks, she added. Deputy Curator Jaleesa Bukwitz.
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Oh, holy cow, Rogan27. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Tell me how it went. We are looking at An article from the St. George News. What's this? Live streamer? What's that? Aims to boost support for St. George emergency fossil dig.
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then.
Yep.
Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
Pretty cool. Ago, I heard from... So we're just reading through the article here. I just found this at the beginning of stream. I'm pretty excited. Deputy Curator Jaleesa Buchwitz said once a fish body is found, the team builds a trench around it and encases the top with plaster. Thank you, Cy Eriks, for the follow. Good to have you. Then they remove it from the ground and flip it over to plaster the other side to keep the specimen as intact as possible before it is transported to the museum to be prepared by on-site workers and volunteers. In the reddish layers, crews have begun finding dinosaur swim tracks and footprints, as well as the occasional tooth, Buchwitz said. Crews have found 4 more teeth, 2 from dinosaurs and 2 from crocodilomorphs, Milner added via email. On a small hill overlooking the rest of the site, a group carefully excavated fossilized conifer plants. Flowering plants hadn't evolved yet. The rock is crumbly, so extra care is taken to prevent damage, as the specimens are wrapped in multiple layers of tissue, placed in plastic bags, and stored in boxes. We saw this, the plant site, earlier. We went up and joined Hannah for a few minutes as she was working the plant site. And you could see how friable the rock was right there. Hopefully some of you remember that. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, this is a very informative article for the average person. It is. I'm really pleased with this so far. Alicia did a great job. Over 200 volunteers from as far away as England have joined the effort, including those from universities and museums in the U.S. But as work continues, Andrew Milner said the museum still needs volunteers and donations. We absolutely do. Holy cow. Ammon Bateman with the A&B Excavating, and Randy Jones with Canyon Crest Contractors have assisted in removing the site's overburden, the sediment above the fossil layer. And Milner and Handy Excavation have just begun removing a huge rock pile from the site, which will allow additional work to be completed. Those interested in donating can do so at the nonprofit's website, while those who wish to volunteer can email Buchwitz. That's Jaleesa there, Deputy Curator at UtahDinosaurs.org. The museum is also raising funds via Kindful and requesting materials through an Amazon wish list. And there's links to those right there too. Here's the wish list. Good stuff. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Oh, we've got those jewelry loops on there now. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, we'll get to you in a minute, Mini Pie. We'll get to you in a minute. There we go. Editor's note, when making charitable contributions, it is advisable to consult with a professional for tax advice and investment risks. Sure. We gotta cover there. And there's Alicia right there. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm gonna be posting this to Blue Sky. Yeah, there's me right there. Nice. Excellent. You guys were there for this stream. You see chat too? Yeah, there you are right there. There you are. There's you, chat. Good stuff. Oh, this is awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. Well, excellent. Again, if you want to take a look at this and if you'd like to share it on social media, there is a link there for the chat. There in the chat. And let me go ahead and post this. All right. St. George News doesn't look like they have a Blue Sky account, so St. George News. An article and a video featuring our emergency fossil excavation project. And featuring my live streams. If you'd like to share, this is another way you can help get the word out about this time-sensitive fossil salvage project. Alright, I am one character over. Let's get rid of that exclamation mark. Alright. Post! Excellent. Alright, here is a link to that post. If you'd like to engage with it for whatever reason. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we're already getting people sharing it. Thank you, Claire. And Arid and Gojira, I appreciate you. Excellent. Let's go ahead and check Google News. There we go. There it is right there. And 14 days ago, 18 days ago. Okay, cool. Hang on. Mini Pie, where are you going? You better not try and climb up there. That's not for you. Hey. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. She's gonna try and climb up on the bookcase again. That's not for you, Mini Pie. It's not. Sorry. Come here. Come here. Trying to wreak some havoc. Oh, here we go. This can tempt you over. Right. Oh, look at those. Ah, come here. Don't even think about getting up on the bookcase. That's not a spot for cats. It's not.
There we go. Oh, ow, it was close. Ouch. You need those trimmed. My goodness. Cats are being very finicky today. Yeah, well, Ios is off at work right now, and I think Lordy was taking a nap, but it seems she's awake now. Yeah. Yeah. Look, you got treats here. You want them? Ooh, how's that? Or this one? You're licking them. Are you gonna eat them? There we go. That's the good stuff. Yeah. Do we have any more? I think we do. Look. Good stuff. And Claire Burr says, I also found the community education video from St. George. Well, let's take a look at that, shall we?
St. George, Utah is built over many
Here, give me just a second. Let me get this set up for viewing properly. There we go.
St. George, Utah is built over many fossil sites, and according to findings, they are mostly from the late Triassic and early Jurassic era.
So we're in rocks that are around 200 million years old, in the earliest Jurassic.
And hang on a second. Niffler says check Ko-Fi. Thank you, Niffler. Holy cow. What do we got on Ko-Fi here before we watch the video? Log in. Thank you, Niffler. Please order rent for the landlords. It's complicated ordering the Amazon wish list from the UK for US delivery. Niffler, you got it. Let me do that right now. Let me get some more treats for the landlords here. Feline greenies. Let's get you a different flavor, huh? Mega size. Add to cart. Proceed to checkout. There we go. These should be here Friday. Thank you, Niffler. I appreciate it. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Niffler. I appreciate it. Here. Let's get back to this.
This is an extremely rare bone bed. So
Andrew Milner here.
There are two bone beds in the quarry.
There's me.
The upper one actually produces remains of dinosaurs.
This dig site on the former Johnson Farms is across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum.
Yep.
You might say St. George is a hotbed for dinosaurs.
When I started working at the museum, so when it was first discovered in late February of 2000, there were about 150 paleontological sites known in all of Washington County. We're now over 700 paleo sites because of the discovery of Johnson Farm.
Currently owned by St. George City, the site is one of the best repository sites ever. That's because the material piled high was placed here from other sites in the area.
We've already collected some large dinosaur footprints off this rock pile.
However, growth in population now requires part of that property to be used for a new power substation.
So we've done studies for years, and this is the site that was the best available for everything. Because with a substation, you need not only your high voltage lines to be able to come in, but then your distribution lines to be able to go out to homes. And so finding the right location that fits both of those needs, there's nothing better that can feed this area than what is right here.
So they approached us in about, I want to say end of 2022, beginning of
There's Jaleesa there.
2023, saying they were going to put a substation here. And we were trying to, have stuff in place so that we could start looking for fossils and doing our excavations, but there wasn't a huge time constraint yet, so it kind of fell to the wayside with other projects.
A site like this size, in reality, this should be like 2 years of coring.
Yeah.
That long.
We're trying to do it in a few weeks.
More carefully. So we feel a little rushed. They're supposed to break ground for the substation sometime in May.
So now there's an urgent need to unearth and preserve what's there before it's covered over.
You could absolutely dig here for more than 2 years, Claire.
We started digging by hand.
Yeah.
We grabbed some of our most devoted volunteers, and we said, we're going to be out these days starting to dig by hand. And then all these people came out of the woodwork wanting to help us and wanting to give us heavy equipment, and the heavy equipment is just pushing along our project so that it's actually doable.
Paleontologists and students from across the country have come to see the new discoveries as well as help however they can.
This particular project that I'm working on here is it's multiple folks that have been part of this. This is actually a fish that was found, and what you see here is we had to trench around the fossil. The fossil's
kind of reddish, rusty blob on top. So there's like some kind of like iron staining around this, but that forms around the body. So you clean this away and there will be clear, beautiful fish bones under there, fish scales. You get these lovely, armored, semi-anoded scales on there. Doesn't look like much right now, but get that into the lab, get it cleaned. It'll be gorgeous.
To get this big sawzall out, and we had to cut the rock. And now the next part of the activity is covering this with those jacket materials. So if you ever seen movies or National Geographic type shows where the fossil has to be covered in a jacket, a white jacket, once the fossil's covered in a jacket, we are going to try to get it out of the ground and get it off to the museum. And then all this extra stuff around the fossil has to come off. And that'll all happen in the lab.
It's called Paraloid B72. It's just a special kind of glue that's basically a plastic polymer dissolved in acetone, and it's pretty much reversible with acetone. It dissolves right out. But we use it on fossils to help, especially with fish like this, to help hold them together before we jacket them and take them out of the field. It's just one of the common tools that we use.
The fossil.
So Starman says, why does the iron deposit form only around the fossil? It forms around other organic matter too. So like if you've got, any other like part of a critter that's carbon rich and presumably has some iron in it already, like iron in the rock will kind of surround that. I'm not an expert on diagenesis and fossilization. There are other paleontologists who could answer this question with far more grace than I could. But think about a fish. It's an animal that's got, flesh and blood in it. Those things are iron rich. Some of that iron kind of leaches out a little bit into the surrounding sediment, and I think it might attract other iron that's already there in the sediment to kind of join it. So you kind of get this iron halo around it. Does that make sense? That's my incomplete understanding of how that works.
Fossils are remnants from the bottom of a large freshwater lake known as Lake Whitmore, once estimated as the size of Lake Erie.
It's called a swim track. It's where when the dinosaur is swimming along, because it was a relatively shallow lake in most areas, so it's where the tip of the claw scratched the ground.
In just 3 weeks of digging, volunteers have already found several new fossils on site.
We find teeth.
Golganek says, I'm confused about the wish list under purchased. It will say needs number and has number. Do they or do they not need more of the items listed under purchased? They do, especially if they're things like jewelry loops. I think when Andrew and some of the other people were putting new items on there, they didn't set the number of items needed correctly. So like for the jewelry loops, those magnifiers, it says needs one, has one. They need like 30. So yeah, does that make sense?
And we've also found the backbone of a meat-eating dinosaur.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's neat just finding all these just little fragments like this, just a little shiny scale. I think it's awesome and a great opportunity.
Actually, this morning we may have found a fish that could be something totally new.
From crustaceans and fish scales to bones of past ancient giant travelers, this site is one of the most rare in the world, bringing travelers from afar.
This is great.
The premier site for seeing them in place. You can't see the kinds of stuff anywhere else you can see here. Sitting dinosaurs, running dinosaurs, skin on the dinosaurs' feet. There's all kinds of stuff like this. It's really marvelous.
Since I was a kid, I'd read about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, and I was dreamed of coming here. It's my first time being here, and I'm really glad that I'm able to help out, not just with the excavation, but also in helping to get the word out about this. So I'm actually live streaming right now. We've got about 350 people watching, and yeah, it's cool to be able to get people excited about this, to get the word out, and to enlist the support of volunteers, people donating equipment, donating funds. I feel like I'm making a difference here, and it's a good feeling.
Look at all the holes. Those are fossils. So you can imagine how many more.
I'm curious, did they spell my name right? There we go. Yeah. At Paleontologizing, twitch.tv. Beautiful. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool to be able to get people excited about this, to get the word out, and to enlist the support of volunteers, people donating equipment, donating funds. I feel like I'm making a difference here, and it's a good feeling.
Look at all the holes. Those are fossils. So you can imagine how many more are under this.
And a new change in the law will allow many of these fossils to be kept right here with the Dinosaur Museum in St. George. The dream is to develop this property on the north side into a natural history museum.
Learning about the past, and of course learning about past environments, can help us understand modern environments and future environments.
The city's been so super involved with the Dinosaur Museum, from helping to keep that building up and going to making it so fossils can stay here. We've loved our history, from our pioneers to our dinosaurs.
But for now, they will keep these fossils encased and need a place to store them.
The shipping container would be just to store like these plaster jackets until we can start processing them.
Jaleesa says they are also in need of other donations to help with supplies on their dig site.
Toilet paper, paper, burlap, and then plaster of Paris are some of the things that
we don't need plaster anymore. Andrew was saying they had a 100 bag donation. Plaster of Paris. So, yeah, pretty exciting.
I mean, we've been throwing around the idea of someone providing lunch for us once.
And hey, PaleoStream, good to see you here. Welcome, welcome. We're just taking a look at news media starting to come out from when I was down in St. George, Utah, at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. We just looked at an article with a little video featuring me, and yeah, I appeared in this video too. From Community Education Channel. They're at Utah Tech University, it looks like.
In a while would be really cool.
A link has been set up on their website for volunteer applications to help.
Volunteer form is basically...
Oh, and you meant AM, not PM. Oh, well, shoot, PaleoStream, if that's the case, then I can probably make it, yeah. Yeah. If it's on Saturday. Yeah, I'll get back to you in that message, PaleoStream. Thank you. That's good news. That's good news.
Just so I know what their emergency contact is, what their experience level is, and how to contact them.
And the St. George Police have also been keeping a close eye on this site as well.
It's really crazy. I mean, when...
There's me right there. This is when I was interviewing Bennett. We can go back and look at this. We can even look at that part of the stream when I was doing the interview. Because I was live streaming at the same time that I was talking to this camera.
The original site was discovered in 2000. I know it had gotten a lot of attention, and people were really excited about this, you know, dinosaur footprint locality that was discovered on someone's farm. And now it's...
And looting is a potential issue, certainly.
We are a fairly major fossil quarry in the middle of a fairly decently sized city in southern Utah.
In St. George, from the Dinosaur Dig Site, Melissa Anderson, Community Education News.
Very nice. Here is a link to that right here. I'm going to leave a comment as well, just to help drive engagement there. Help with the algorithm and all that. You know, the typical social media stuff. Excellent report. Thank you so much for helping get the word out about this project. St. George is absolutely blessed to have such an incredible fossil heritage, and anything we can do to preserve it will be looked upon fondly by future generations. And if anybody watching this in spring of 2025 wants to get involved and help out, contact the good folks at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. We need all the help we can get. Yeah. There we go. Again, here's a link if you'd like to leave a comment yourself, or a like, or whatever else YouTubers say. For the children. There you go, Emelith. Won't somebody please think of the children? Oh, hang on, CosmoQuest. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Howdy, CosmoQuest. I hope you're doing well. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Oh, we were just taking a look at... I was going to make a Simpsons reference, pull up a video, but, you know, the moment is past.
Sitting dinosaurs, running dinosaurs, skin on the dinosaur's feet. There's all kinds of stuff like this. It's really marvelous.
Since I was a kid, I'd read about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, and I was dreamed of coming here. It's my first time being here, and I'm really glad that I'm able to help out, not just with the excavation, but also in helping to get the word out about this. So I'm actually live streaming right now. We've got about 350 people watching, and yeah, it's cool to be able to get people excited about this, to get the word out, and to enlist the support of volunteers, people donating equipment, donating funds. I feel like I'm making a difference here, and it's a good feeling.
Look at all the holes. Those are fossils. So you can imagine how many more are under this.
So maybe I'll bug Andrew again. Maybe I'll give him a call right now, and we'll see if we can put him on speaker and try and get an update about the site. But first, it looks like... Let's see. Do we have any updates here on... Yeah, and Salt Lake Tribune, excellent. And yeah, very, very cool. Again, Reddit being used as a force for good. Now I've seen everything. And Paleostream says, can one expect some therizinosaur talk today based on the decorations? Yes, indeed, Paleostream. See our Nothronychus claw right there, and our Nothronychus humerus. I've got a Nothronychus femur as well, but it's not ready to be put on display yet. And an Ernorlichosaurus skull, and then another Mongolian theropod. There's Sagan right there. We will be getting to Duonychus in a little bit, but first, let's give Andrew Milner, who was described in that article as an elite paleontologist. I like that characterization. Let's see if we can give Andrew a call. Oh, and I just saw your message there, Paleostream. Thank you. There, let's try and get an update from Andrew. We did this yesterday. Let's see if he's willing to talk to us again. He might be busy right now. He's probably busy right now. Okay. It's just ringing, so I'm not gonna bug him. Again, that man is trying to do 100 different things at once. We were lucky to catch him yesterday when he was just sitting down in his office for a few minutes. Yeah. So the good news of Duonychus have reached these shores as well. Yeah, Paleostream, I've been hearing about this critter for years now. I feel like I heard the first rumors about it about a decade ago. And then I saw the poster at SVP this year, and holy cow. Like, the rumors are true. A bizarre two-fingered therizinosaur. Here's an article from Reuters. Before we get into that, let's play our fossil news video stinger. There we go. All right, fossil news. It's nice to see some big outlets starting to cover this right here. It is well worth covering. Exquisitely preserved ginormous claws from Mongolia. Gotta love seeing the word ginormous in a science press piece. Exquisitely preserved ginormous claws from Mongolia reveal strange evolution in dinosaurs. It's a little vague, but not wrong. A new species of dinosaur called Duonychus sogbatari has been discovered by scientists. Well, it was discovered a while ago. It's just been published, described this week. And unlike other therizinosaurs, this species has only 2 clawed fingers instead of 3. And you might be asking yourself, chat, well, is it just that one of the fingers was missing? No, absolutely not. We know that this isn't a taphonomic thing. This isn't, oh, it happened to be, this individual is missing a finger. No, this is a specific adaptation these critters have. Now, let's back up for a second, and let's do a little bit of background info on therizinosaurs. There, I'm gonna grab Tom Holtz's Dinosaur Encyclopedia, which is still an excellent resource, despite being more than a few years old at this point. Here we go. Therizinosaurs are these really, really bizarre, interesting, fascinating, even, theropods. There we go. I like the kind of common names here. Oviraptorosaurs, we can ignore them for right now. And Therizinosauroids, egg thief, and sloth dinosaurs. Therizinosaurs, I love these Lewis Ray illustrations here. They're so vibrant. These are a bizarre group of critters. Therizinosaurs, here referred to as sloth dinosaurs. Neat little nickname for them, I guess. It's evocative. These are Maniraptoran theropods, so they're from a very bird-like group of dinosaurs. They're kind of closely related to critters like Velociraptor, I suppose, and also to birds. But unlike birds, who tended to ensmollen themselves when they became flighted, these guys did not evolve flight. These guys stayed very much terrestrial, and they got bigger and bigger. Heavier, bulkier, slower. It's really interesting what this whole group of dinosaurs does evolutionarily. I really like this old illustration. I remember seeing this in books when I was a little kid. Here we've got Therizinosaurus cheloniformis from Mongolia. And it's, well, they're trying to defend themselves against a pack of tyrannosaurs. One of the tyrannosaurs has got a baby therizinosaur right there in its jaws. R.I.P. that juvenile there. Yeah, enormous claws on the hands of some of these guys. A long neck, a bizarre upright posture, unlike that of pretty much any other non-avian theropod. These guys are strange. They are really, really weird. So here's a kind of generalized skeleton of Therizinosaurus. There's bits and pieces of other dinosaurs that were used to kind of fill in the gaps here. We don't have anything close to a complete Therizinosaurus skeleton. We've got things like Nasciungasaurus and Beipiaosaurus and Erlikosaurus, and those guys we can help kind of fill in the gaps. So unlike most other theropods, like we talked about yesterday, that have that horizontal posture with the tail counterbalancing the torso and the head, these guys evolve almost a Godzilla-like posture. It's really interesting and cool, given that they would have been fairly slow-moving, probably folivorous animals, probably eating leaves off of trees. And that's probably what those claws were for. There's some nice treatment of these guys in this documentary from 2007. Here we go. Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard, featuring Papa Jim. Let's find our clip where they've... Here we go. Well, here, I'll find it for you in When Dinosaurs Roamed America. Nice little kind of star intro for Therizinosaurs with Nothronychus. There we go. What in the world is that? I love that description. It's so good. Ow! That could have been fatal there. Which is really funny. So when Dinosaurs Run America, this came out in 2001. And then the Crystal Geyser Quarry was discovered, Falcarius. It turns out these guys may have originated in North America. At the time that this documentary came out, Nothronychus here was the oldest therizinosaur known in the world until the discovery of Falcarius at the Crystal Geyser Quarry. And that's right here.
As they pick, scrape, and claw into a vast pit of horrors, a dinosaur mass graveyard.
If we're conservative, we can guess that perhaps there's 1 million bones of this animal within this area.
Yeah.
That's a pretty extraordinary sample. Most dinosaurs are only known by a few bones, a partial skeleton from one individual. Here.
And Crimson Carnotaurus says, wasn't there a therizinosaur found around the time of Deinonychus and Acrocanthosaurus? No, earlier. Falcarius is much earlier. Falcarius is from the Cedar Mountain Formation, which you've got a lot of time represented in the Cedar Mountain, but this is much earlier than the Cloverleaf Formation.
Here we're going to understand a population that we believe was probably killed about the same time.
The Discovery Quest scientist is a veteran dinosaur hunter who has discovered numerous new species, including the most dominant killer of the early Cretaceous period, Utahraptor, and the first therizinosaur ever discovered in North America, Nothronychus. Now, this new find promises to be his biggest ever.
We're very fortunate.
So this is, I know I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat it once again. Anytime somebody asks me, Danny, what's a dinosaur that you think is underrated, not well known enough to the general public? What's a dinosaur you wish more people were excited about? My first answer is usually Falcarius.
We have so much skeletal material from babies to adults. We have every element of the animal represented except for a few parts of the front of the skull and the front of the jaws. It was an animal that probably reached about 3 feet at the hips, walked on its hind legs.
There we go.
Had a particularly long tail. Got large forelimbs with large raptorial claws. Basically, even for an animal with 3 foot hip height, this thing could probably palm a basketball with its large hands.
How many of you in chat are 3 feet tall at the hips? And, well, actually at the hips and palm a... Yeah, never mind. How many of you are 3 feet tall and can palm a basketball?
An elongated neck and a fairly small, elongated head. Particularly interesting in this is it's got very tiny teeth. This thing has probably over 100 teeth, and these tiny teeth were not what you would expect in a typical meat-eating dinosaur. This group of animals is thought to be classically plant-eating animals. This is one that is so primitive it might be in the transition.
You know, the dinosaur cap... I don't know what you mean, Dinosaur Dave, what? Yeah.
Falcarius is literally caught in the
There you go, Gamer Stafford Show, nice.
From a predator into a plant eater.
The thing that really struck me about this site and the animal once I saw the teeth and the vertebra was that we had a therizinosaur, an animal that's best known from Asia.
Here we go.
Only a couple years
why I'm
earlier,
playing this video.
A fellow by the name of Doug Wolf and myself, we described the first therizinosaur ever found in North America. And that was pretty exciting. We were charged. And
so the majority of therizinosaurs are still known from Asia. We've got ones from Mongolia and from China, and there's rumors of other pieces from Western Asia as well, but I don't know if those have been described yet. Anywho, it's cool to have them from North America. Our new one that we're talking about today, the bizarre two-fingered one, is from Mongolia. And so far, I think we've got the most species of therizinosaur from Mongolia. Most taxa.
Then just a couple years later, we stumble onto this animal. Yeah, like
And this animal is much, much older, perhaps the oldest one in the world. We have the biggest collection of material from this animal of any specimen anywhere in the world.
It is a find Kirkland was grateful to get.
Yeah. Here, let's scoot forward to when we start talking about the bizarre biology of these animals, their ecology.
The group of
There's Lindsay Zano.
Calcareous gave rise to.
Therizinosaurs are a truly bizarre group of animals. They've been mysterious ever since their first discovery. The first discovery of a therizinosaur was made on a joint Russian-Mongolian expedition in the 1950s. What the scientists found there were these giant, blade-like, 3-foot-long claws. And the only animal they could think that that could belong to was a giant sea turtle.
Hence Therizinosaurus cheloniformis, scythe lizard of turtle form, is what that means.
They were wrong. 40 years later, the Mongolian desert provided the true answer. The 1993 discovery of a nearly complete therizinosaur gave paleontologists the proof they needed. Skeletal similarities identified this bizarre group's place in the dinosaur family tree. Therizinosaurs evolved from...
And so this is a super old reconstruction of a therizinosaur that shows the animal naked. We now know that these guys had feathers all over their bodies. And that works perfectly for with your question there, Fanny Cranny Manny. Is it true that pigeons are dinosaurs? Is it true that pigeons are dinosaurs? The answer is yes. Pigeons are dinosaurs. All birds are dinosaurs. Birds are part of the theropod branch of the dinosaur family tree. They evolved from earlier feathered dinosaurs. We talk about this sometimes, and this is related to our discussion today. Here's a little infographic that I made a few years back.
Extinction is no shame, no
Taddy Waddy, thank you for the 7 months of support.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself, Taddy Waddy. Past 7 months, thank you for the prime there. So your Thanksgiving turkey, or your Christmas goose, or your Boxing Day budgie, or whatever birds people eat. I don't eat birds. I think that's weird, but other people seem to enjoy it. All of those birds are dinosaurs. All birds are dinosaurs. So here's the skeleton of a turkey, Meleagris gallopavo, and the skeleton of a velociraptor, Velociraptor mongoliensis. Nearly every feature that today is special to birds, nearly every unique bird feature that birds have, if you were to go back to the Cretaceous period, none of those features would be unique to birds. We're talking about their hinge-like ankle joints, or their hollow bones. We're talking about their S-shaped neck, talking about the structure of their hips, talking about their wishbones even. I have right here the wishbone of a T-Rex. T-Rex had a wishbone. A furcula, these fused clavicle bones, right here in the middle of the chest. This is a 3D print of a T-Rex wishbone. But, you know, Velociraptor had a wishbone too. Birds evolved from small two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. They are theropods. We now know that most, if not all theropods, at least at some stage in their lives, had feathers. I don't know about most, but a lot of theropods have been found with feathers at this point. So, yeah. And our therizinosaurs, like we're talking about here, this is a really old illustration. I don't know why they put this in here, because they knew long before this that these guys were fully feathered. This is an illustration from like the 90s. But, yeah.
Meat-eating theropods.
Almost 100
This was our
months.
world.
Elias.
125 million years ago.
Elias.
At the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Thank you for the 35 months. That is about almost 100 months. Give it about another 65 and you'll be there. Elias, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support.
As the
35 months is a long
oldest known
time.
therizinosaur, Falcarius shares many characteristics with its predator cousins.
Oh, and I like that. The closed captions. The therizinosaur. Is that a happy accident there? Therizinosaur? Because look who's about to talk about them.
Falcarius shares many characteristics with its predator cousins.
We now know that therizinosaurs
Lindsay Zano.
evolved from a group of dinosaurs known as raptor dinosaurs. Most people are familiar with them through the Velociraptor in the movie Jurassic Park, and they're the only group of dinosaurs that still exist today in modern birds.
Yep, there we go.
The raptor was the smartest, quickest, and most dangerous dinosaur of the Cretaceous period. Alone or in a pack, it was well equipped to deliver a lethal blow.
Ooh. Yowza.
Raptors possess speed, killing claws, and serrated teeth. Falcarius shared their forelimbs and swiftness, and provides the missing link between raptors and the full-blown plant-eating therizinosaurs. 90 million years ago, Nothronychus appeared. The size of an elephant, it towered over its raptor cousin. It had the claws of a killer, but its small head and long neck belonged to a plant eater. It looked like a half-plucked turkey.
Hey, it's Rise, thank you.
Pot-bellied bear.
For your sub, I appreciate you.
Therizinosaur.
Oh, there's that line again. What does it look like?
Half-plucked turkey and walked like a pot-bellied bear. Therizinosaurs such as Nothronychus
took that
were
line
rare in North America. They
the
were
documentary,
long
yeah.
thought to have migrated from China. Now, its direct lineage has been uncovered in the Utah desert.
Pretty cool.
With the discovery of animals like Falcarius that preserve the primitive forms or the ancestors of these later, more strange-looking animals, we're able to determine who they're related to. I have two members of the group. I have some casted material from...
And hang on a second here. Oh, I missed this earlier. Dinosaur capital of Australia is currently facing catastrophic flooding. Shoot. Look up Winton floods and restrict to 48 hours. As they kind of flooded a few months back. I hope everything's going okay there. Shoot. You know, this is... Hopefully we don't get too off track. Page not found. There we go. Yowza. Okay, shoot. Well, all the best of luck to the folks down there in Winton. Yeah, I hope the fossils aren't too badly affected. Yowza. Yeah. Shoot. Fanny Cranny Manny, thank you for the follow. Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the update there. Yeah. Anyhow. And Gamers Tavern shows us curious why so many dinosaurs seem to have long necks compared to mammals. There's a hypothesis that giraffes evolved long necks so their herds could spread out further and keep track of one another. It's an interesting idea. One of the reasons why dinosaurs and other animals, other reptiles, including birds, tend to have longer necks than mammals is that mammals, there's something about their genome and their development as embryos that restricts them from having long necks. Like, it's very, very difficult to evolve a long neck as a mammal because, for whatever reason, mammals are kind of restricted to having only 7 cervical vertebrae. So the number of vertebrae in the neck for mammals is... I'm oversimplifying here, but talking to a Twitch audience, think about their source code, their genetic code. You tweak the number of vertebrae, and for whatever reason, that breaks the whole thing. It just bricks them. Almost every mammal in existence has got 7 vertebrae in its neck. So, even a giraffe. How many vertebrae in the neck? 7. A giraffe has the same number of vertebrae in its neck as you do and as I do. So it's one of the reasons why mammals don't typically evolve very long necks, is you can't change your number of neck vertebrae. Yeah. So that's a big part of it. Mammals, if they... You gotta think about, like, why animals evolve long necks. For treetop browsing, or for foraging without having to move their bodies, stuff like that. Mammals just typically don't do that because they're so restricted in being able to lengthen their necks. Like, giraffes had to do a bunch of crazy things to get a neck that long with only 7 vertebrae. Giraffes are bizarre. Yeah. Here's a paper from Mike Taylor and Matt Wadle. Why sauropods had long necks and why giraffes have short necks. There you go. This is interesting stuff. Oh. And it's not downloading for whatever reason. There we go. It's frustrating. Bad connection to the server. Yeah. So the necks of sauropod dinosaurs reached 15 meters in length. That's about 50 feet. 6 times longer than that of the world record giraffe and 5 times longer than those of all other terrestrial animals. Let's see. Anywho, yeah. Mammals tend not to have very long necks. Dinosaurs like therizinosaurs, long necks for them were a big advantage. And unlike mammals, they don't have a lot of difficulty in increasing the number of neck vertebrae. For whatever reason, sauropsids, including dinosaurs, can just develop extra neck vertebrae without breaking down the whole system, you know? Other sauropsids, some non-dinosaurs like elasmosaurs, sometimes could have crazy numbers of neck vertebrae. This is Elasmosaurus right here, and it barely fits in the frame. They've got something like 72 vertebrae in their necks, so more than 10 times as many vertebrae as a giraffe does. Pretty cool. Yeah. This one says 71, but yeah. It's impressive. It really is. These guys had long necks. Anyway, a long neck would be of a big advantage to a therizinosaur, because these guys are probably doing a lot of feeding in trees. Hence, the long neck and the small lightweight head, and the big arms with the long claws too, for reaching up into the branches and pulling them closer to their mouths, that kind of thing. That's kind of the idea. Anyhow.
The primitive therizinosaur that we've been digging at the crystal.
And Albertonectes holds the record. Yeah, I think it's 76 for Albertonectes, right, Paleostream? Let's look that up real quick. Albertonectes. There we are. Smaug Scales, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Albertonectes is also unique among other elasmosaurids in having 76 neck vertebrae. Holy cow. A record number among elasmosaurids and vertebrates as a whole. That is, that's bonkers. 76 neck vertebrae in this critter. Just... That's nuts. But there you go. Yeah. And Paleostream says, weirdly, pterosaurs seem to be quite restricted in their cervical count. Yeah. You get those Asdarchids who just have the super elongate cervical vertebrae. They're probably dealing with some similar kind of developmental restraint like that. It might also be, just spitballing here, pterosaurs, they don't want their necks flopping around a lot as they're flying. And so having fewer vertebrae in your neck might actually be an adaptation for kind of keeping a rigid neck, your head facing straight forward as you're moving through the air. Again, that's a guess. I don't know how you'd go about testing that. But yeah. So if you get bored of counting sheep, there you go, Ace SP. Yeah, just count the elasmosaur neck vertebrae. Albertonectes would be a good candidate for that. Yeah. And don't humans only have 32 or 36 in total? No, we've only got 7. 7 vertebrae in our neck. Gamers Tavern Show. If you're talking about total number of vertebrae, like cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and sacral, I'm not sure off the top of my head what it is. How many vertebrae do humans have? There we go. Oh, spinal column. Oh, dinosaurs. I don't want to trust the summary here, but humans typically have 33 vertebrae. By time but this is 24 vertebrae. Yeah. How many vertebrae make up the human spine? From neurosurgery and spine consultants. Boy, what are they trying to sell me here? Anyhow, 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 in the chest. The thoracic vertebrae are the ones that the ribs attach to. And lower down you have lumbar vertebrae. There's 5 of those. And then the sacrum, the base of the spine. So there are vertebrae in there that fuse together during ontogeny. They become the coccyx, and then that also fuses onto the sacral vertebrae. Yeah. 7 plus 12 is 19, plus 5 is 24, plus all the ones in the sacrum and the coccyx. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Equals 25. Well, Gamers Tavern Show, they don't normally count. I don't know why, but the convention for human anatomy is to not count the sacral vertebrae and the coccyx as vertebrae, even together as one vertebra. And so, I guess it would just be 7, or excuse me, just 24. But, anywho. Yeah. And Starmus says, are the scientists who dig up fossils of human ancestors also paleontologists? Because I heard that's part of the anthropology department, although I'm wondering who gets jurisdiction there. It depends. At different universities, you might have people who study fossil hominids be part of paleontology, or they might be part of anthropology. It depends. So these scientific fields kind of bleed together. There aren't like hard and fast dividing lines between different fields like this. You also have to answer like how far back are we talking when we're talking about human ancestry? Are we talking about 6 million years ago, like Australopithecines and stuff like that, or their immediate ancestors? Are we talking like Juramaia? Are we talking Megastrodon? Are we talking about Hadrocodium? These mammals and very mammal-like relatives from the Mesozoic era, from the early Mesozoic, the Jurassic and Triassic. You could trace human ancestry all the way back to the first vertebrates,
Things like jawless fishes and stuff like that. That's the cool thing about studying evolution, is that human ancestors go all the way back to the dawn of life on Earth. So, human ancestors here, but you can keep tracing that all the way back, the origin of life itself, down here. But I presume you're talking about hominids and, like, where humans split off from the rest of our kind of primate relatives. Is that a part of paleontology? Yeah, you can make an argument that it is. Is it often in a paleontology department on a university campus? Not always. In fact, most of the time it's probably not. So it's interesting that the borders between these different fields are really wishy-washy. Yeah. Anyhow. And then also paleoanthropology kind of grades into archaeology at a certain point too. There are fuzzy boundaries between archaeology and paleoanth, and then fuzzy boundaries between paleoanth and paleontology in general. Does that make sense? Anyhow. And Jack and Dar says, if it is to do with human ancestry specifically, it is anthropology, and this covers even back to origin. Not to the origins of life on Earth, no. You wouldn't call the study of fishopods like this coming up on a land, you wouldn't call this paleoanthropology, even if there is a line that runs direct from them to human ancestry. Or to hominids, I mean. So yeah, it... Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, do archaeology expeditions for prehistoric people often have Cenozoic paleontologists as part of the team? I don't think so. No. There are far fewer paleontologists in the world than there are archaeologists. I don't have exact numbers on this, but I would be willing to guess there are probably 10 times as many working archaeologists in the world than paleontologists. It might be 50 or 100 times as many. I don't know. But paleontologists are a very rare breed compared to archaeologists. Yeah. But yeah. Jack and Dar says, I know a few bioanthropologists who would disagree, but perhaps they are exceptions. I'd like to meet them, because if they're saying that the study of fishopods is paleoanthropology, that would be the first time I have ever heard that. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Gamers Tavern Show says, I once asked somebody what the difference was between archaeology and grave robbing as a joke. They said, about 100 years. Yeah. I should note that I asked that of an archaeologist and she was dead serious. I mean, yeah. Anyhow. And Ace SP says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be paleontology as long as the human ancestors were over 1.5 millennia, as that's when something counts as ancient. And paleontology is the study of ancient life? No, not quite, Ace SP, no. So like I said, there's no hard and fast dividing line necessarily between paleontology and paleoanthropology and archaeology. There are paleoarchaeologists as well. People who kind of work in those, in that gray area there. Paleontology is the study of fossils. But even that can get a little wishy-washy too. if we're talking about, say, like, the pits at La Brea, you could make an argument that the remains of these Columbian mammoths, or saber-toothed cats, or ground sloths, or Territorn birds, or whatever, you could make an argument that these aren't truly fossils, because the bones haven't been solidly, like, permineralized. They're preserved in the tar, but there's still organic material in there, and you can still get some ancient DNA out of this, potentially. So are those actually fossils? Paleontologists study these, but they're so recent, some of them. As recent as like 14,000 years ago, or even more recent than that, potentially. That, like, well, are they truly fossils? So the point is that there are squishy edges. There are gray areas around the periphery of each of these fields, and they do grade into one another a bit. Famously, there were the bones of an ancient woman found in La Brea, the La Brea woman, as she's called. Is that paleontology? Is it paleoanthropology? Is it paleoarchaeology, or is it just archaeology? We don't have... There's no, like, magical dividing line between these fields. And I realize for a lot of people that makes them kind of uncomfortable. But that's how science is, especially in the natural sciences. In fields like paleontology, biology, geology. We exist in those gray zones. In those squishy areas between fields. Paleontology itself can be thought of as like a weird squishy mixture of biology and geology. That's what our whole field is, you know? So yeah. And different researchers in those fields will have different specialties. They'll have particular leanings. Like, I'm not a very good geologist. Just not. Most of my work is more on kind of the biological side of things within paleontology, trying to infer behaviors of extinct organisms based on their morphology, and comparisons with modern animals whose behaviors we can observe, kind of more on the biological side of things. But there are other paleontologists, like Jim Kirkland, for instance, who's more on the geological side of things. Jim is trained as a stratigrapher, as he likes to say, studying the layers of rocks and making sense of that. And the biology stuff is kind of an interesting add-on, but that's his real focus, you know? So yeah. And PaleoStream, since it's already difficult to define what a fossil is, it is, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And RTFM Major Tom Tom says every species that went extinct equals fossils. That's not actually true, Major Tom Tom. No. No, so... Like, is this a fossil? That's a thylacine pelt. It's an animal that went extinct in the 1930s. I wouldn't call that a fossil. It's not been fossilized. That's literally soft tissue, you know? Are these fossils? Those are passenger pigeons, species that's now extinct. It's a taxidermy mount right there. So just because you're extinct doesn't make you a fossil. Yeah. Anyhow. And Gamers Tavern Show says, because everything is made of atoms, paleontology is really just applied physics. Paraphrase from an XKCD joke. There you go, Gamers Tavern Show, yeah. But what is physics but applied philosophy? Yeah. Or as Charlie's Dragon says, physics is just applied mathematics. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, and PaleoStream says, as soon as biology comes in, things get messy. But we humans like our neat little categories. That's true. Geology can also be pretty messy too, though. You get interesting gradations and gray areas. Spectra within geology. Yeah, that's the thing, is the natural world is complex. It's messy. There's all kinds of, like I said, interesting gray areas there. The natural world doesn't like our neat little human categories. I know we like to make ourselves more comfortable by putting things into tidy little boxes. But the natural world, nature, doesn't play by those rules. It's far more vast, interesting than all of that. We as humans like to think that we're conquering nature, but we're not outside of nature. We are very much part of the natural world, and embracing that, I think, is one of the keys to being a happy, well-adjusted person. Or a good scientist. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. And Starmus says, so imagine you yourself come across something you suspect might be from an ancient hominid on one of your digs. So I've never actually dug in anything... Well, until very recently, never dug in any rocks that are anywhere near the age that you could have hominid remains. But I'll take your hypothetical and I'll run with it, Starman. Would you give it a try to describe and/or name it yourself? I would not. I would give it to a specialist. Or I would at least, even if I want to be an author on the paper, I would want to get some help from somebody who knows what she's talking about there. That's the thing nowadays, is that many sciences, including paleontology, are very integrative and collaborative nowadays. There aren't very many single author papers anymore. That's rare. Normally you've got multiple different authors contributing to a scientific paper, like we'll see with Duonykchus here when we get into that animal in a little bit. Because you might have somebody who specializes in the morphology of a certain group of organisms. Somebody else might specialize in cladistics. So they're helping to code all of the different characters to make an evolutionary family tree that shows up in the paper. You might have somebody who specializes in the stratigraphy. So they're interpreting those rock layers, and they're trying to figure out where exactly in time you are. You might have another person on the paper who looks at microinvertebrates or fossil pollen or something at the site to help further elucidate not only how old is this site, but what was the environment like at the time. All kinds of stuff like that. And so if, for whatever reason, say I'm working in some Pleistocene rocks here in the Bay Area, and I find something that looks almost like the remains of an ancient human, which is possible, I would want to bring in somebody who works on ancient humans. I would want to bring in a paleoanthropologist to be an author on that paper too. You add them to the team, you know? And PaleoStream says, whenever I see a single author paper, I always raise an eyebrow, because it can mean, oh, there's a reason nobody wants to work with you. Yeah, potentially, yeah. Yeah. That was one of the issues with Andrea Cow's paper, the one on dinosaur ontogeny, and the one suggesting that maybe compsognathids are juveniles of other groups of dinosaurs. Megalosaurs, Allosaurids, even Spinosaurids. I think it's a really good paper and really thought-provoking, and I wonder whether Andrea, whether he reached out to anybody to be an author? Whether he got a bunch of no's about that? People told him no way? I don't know. But it's intriguing. But yeah, it definitely is a thing. When you see an author, a paper with just one author, like, why? Unless it's a very simple, short, to-the-point paper, like a simple observation or something like that. But even that, I feel, is pretty rare to have a sole authorship. Yeah. Anyway. A Gamer's Tavern Show says, wasn't there a paper where the co-author was the scientist's cat? Because he'd been all through the research and deserved credit. I want to say I have a vague recollection of that Gamer's Tavern Show. Yeah. Here. A cat co-authored an influential physics paper. Well, that makes sense. Physics is pretty simple, after all. None of this complicated, multi-variable stuff. In 1975, Jack Hetherington and FDC Willard published a paper together in the Physical Review Letters. The paper is an influential view into atomic behavior and has been cited multiple times, but only one of its authors is human. There you go. Here's a link to that right there. Good stuff. And Saturn Trek, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. And Claire Burst says, cats are always conducting physics experiments. It's true. Knocking things off of tables. Toppling Christmas trees. Locking themselves into boxes so you don't know whether they're alive or dead. Cats are doing all that stuff. Anywho. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here, let's get back to what we were talking about here. We've got to get back into our new dinosaur. And so I'm still trying to kind of lay some conceptual groundwork so we can talk about this animal in depth. So we're talking about therizinosaurs, these bizarre, mostly herbivorous theropods. Here, I'll find a... VOD when we encountered a therizinosaur in person. This is me and Lordy. We did a big road trip in 2021 at the Dinosaur Museum in Blanding, Utah. They've got a pretty impressive Therizinosaurus here. I think you're gonna like it. We'll go past these dromaeosaurs real quick. Look at that. But yeah, those claws right there. That's about how long they should be, I guess. Therizinosaurs, as they become, well, as you go through time and they become more and more derived, they develop these really, really long, muscular forelimbs with these super long claws at the end. These are probably like rakes for pulling down vegetation, bringing it closer to their mouths. Because these guys were herbivores. So think of those claws being used to reach up into the treetops. Dear Lordy, wasn't this museum cool? And stuff. Oh, sorry, I was pausing for the alert, but the alert is part of the VOD. Rake them downward to get within range of that big mouth.
70 feet long.
That little mouth.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Got a small head.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
That one's not part of the VOD. Thank you, Wood, for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that.
3 of them
very much.
Are leading this expedition.
Thank you, Wood. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Excellent. There's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads the next month. Thanks to you, Wood. I appreciate it. Yeah, does that make sense? Kind of like we think ground sloths would have used their arms for. I don't know if that helps at all. I'm using one extinct animal whose behavior is speculative as an analogy to explain another extinct animal whose behavior is speculative. Here, I wonder if these are the same Deinonychus at the California Academy of Sciences. From when I think these are the same ones from my childhood. I bet you they are. Those are cool. Anywho, Therizinosaurus back there. Did we have an earlier encounter with the Therizinosaurus? I think we did. That couldn't have been it, right? Yeah, here we go. I'm trying to think of real attention Erlikosaurus skull that I have at home. Erlikosaurus skull? This one, Danny? Anyway, this belongs to the group of theropod dinosaurs. Most theropods are meat eaters, but the therizinosaurs, despite being descended from meat-eating dinosaurs, they evolved to eat plants. They became really big in some cases, like you see here. Really slow-moving. They kind of adopted this upright Godzilla-type pose. Yep. Their tails shortened because they didn't need them for balance anymore. Oh. That's Andrew right there. Here, we're going to see if we can get an update from the site. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? Hey. Oh, excellent. Hey, Jim. I'm doing well. Hey, can I put you on speakerphone? I'm streaming right now. We wanted to get an update from the site, if you don't mind. All right. There we go. You're on speaker now.
All right. Hey, everyone. Howdy, howdy.
Good to see you. So that's Andrew Milner and Jim Kirkland on the phone. Everybody in chat is saying hi. We've got about 300 people watching right now.
Oh, sweet. Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
So we've been making some pretty cool finds over the last couple of days.
Excellent.
I'd say we've got, what, 6 theropod teeth?
Yeah, just a few days,
in the last couple of days. Another one was just found. I just finished rock sawing it, and the guys are putting a cap on the top of it at the moment. We have handy excavation over here. They've actually made another access road up the back.
Oh, nice.
To the quarry.
Okay.
And they've started removing dirt and flipping blocks for us. And David, who you met, David's been going through and marking off track blocks. I think there's been a couple more found.
Awesome.
Today. Anyway, lots of cool little stuff being found too.
Oh yeah, fish jaws.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice little teeth.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's going really well.
That's really good to hear. Yeah, we saw some changes on the wish list too. Jewelry loops are on there and stuff. Yeah, you might want to change the quantity on that because it says you need one and one was already ordered. If you up the quantity, then people will buy more of them for you.
I could have swore I changed that to 20.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of things we might want to drop. I mean, thanks for everyone for sending, buying stuff. We're starting to get a lot of 4-pound sledges, which is awesome.
Nice.
We're done with pickaxes. We've got plenty of those.
All right.
Geology hammers are coming in. We are looking for the more, the flat chisel type. So look more like masonry.
Yeah,
hammers.
I've got one of those, an S-Wing, yeah.
Yeah, those are really good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and it looks like somebody, thanks to your help, is going to be getting us a 40-foot shipping container.
Really?
Behind the museum. Yeah.
All right.
That's the work. Jaleesa's dealing with that one.
Fantastic.
Yep.
That's such good news.
Yep.
Holy moly.
Yep. We need it for all the jackets. Yeah, the lab is filling up.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got...
Jimmy, you want to speak to Danny for a little bit? I'm going to give you the specimen count.
Okay, he's looking up the specimen count for the
last
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, John came down, with corners and some tarps.
Beautiful.
So people working up on the bone tooth area are all under shade.
Uh-huh.
They're really appreciating that. Certainly, it's pretty hot today, and there's a lot of people here that probably wouldn't be if they're all out in the sun all
right.
day.
Those shade tarps are so important.
Yeah, so they've got all this stuff ordered, so we'll trade out our gear, bring our gear back, because we're limited for appliances too.
Right.
And
yeah.
But they'll have all new tarps and corners, and they'll be slicked out for the rest of Andrew's tenure here, certainly. So they'll be all set up. They get 15 tarps and things, so they'll be able to shade this whole area.
Uh-huh.
And it's getting toasty.
Yeah,
You know,
sounds
it's
like
not
it.
working. Andrew thinks it might be able to even work through June. They may push it back some.
Wow.
June
Okay.
will be pretty toasty down here.
Oh yeah.
Be over 100 every day. So the shade tarps are going to be pretty critical to keep people from just going, you're out of your mind. And even then, they'll probably call the days early.
Right.
Here's Andrew. Let us tell you the roll call.
Excellent.
So I think we're roughly 280 specimens.
280 specimens, so 80 more than the other day when I was there. That's impressive.
Yes. The numbers are going up quick, so I mean we're having to pretty much continue inventorying all day.
Brilliant.
We're kind of leaving it to the end of the day, and now we're discovering that's a big mistake. So yeah, because we've got stuff piling up, and we're having to actually leave a few things behind each day, which is not good. Also, Selena Suarez, she just left for the day. She's heading back tomorrow morning. And of course, she's been doing stratigraphy and collecting samples for isotope studies. She just we had a part of her section was covered. They dug the trench today, so we now have a complete strat section for the site.
Nice.
And Selena left also with a couple of dinosaur teeth to sample and a bunch of fish scales from several different levels. So,
excellent.
Yeah, she can get going on her work.
Very
water
cool.
temperature, quality, salinity, a whole bunch of environmental data to be able to derive, using geochemistry of these things.
Beautiful.
You are what you drink.
Right, yeah.
Andrew tap whiskey.
Excellent. Excellent. This is all really good news. I'm really happy about that. Really proud of this community for helping to, offering all the support, including the shipping container. That I know that was a huge priority. So that sounds, it's such a relief.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, storing it outside under tarps is not ideal. If that came to that.
I wanted to let you know also that there were two different pieces of media that came out today. Alicia's article in the St. George News is out, so we were looking at that earlier on stream. And then the community education video is up on YouTube as well. So those are both live. Hopefully more people see those and are able to lend some support as well.
Okay. I noticed that they come out. I haven't had the opportunity to look at them.
They're good. They're good. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, they're good. They're good.
Yeah,
okay.
Andrew, you get called by Alicia an elite paleontologist, and I thought that was a good characterization.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Nice.
pretty funny.
Really appreciate your time. I can let you go, but
real good piece of news I want to tell you.
Yeah.
Selena has been working, here on the Jurassic boundary here in Zion and South Africa, but the Moanabe, the stuff she's been doing here, she has a major paper that just got accepted today for the Geologic Site of America Bulletin on the Jurassic boundary. It has got seriously interesting and important implications regarding Lake Whitmore. I can't tell you any more, but it is cool as can be. I'm super excited. I am jazzed out of my mind.
I can't wait. Oh man.
It's accepted and it will be coming out. So it's about this and why this is so important.
Excellent.
Understanding the history of dinosaurs in North America.
Fantastic. I'm going to see if I can interview her on stream then. That would be really cool.
Oh yeah, you should definitely set that up. I could certainly help there. She's great.
Excellent. Excellent.
So I'm going to give you back to Andrew and he can say the goodbyes for both of us.
Perfect. Thank you, Jim.
All right. Well, we're back at it as usual tomorrow.
Yep.
And this rock pile is starting to get moved out of the way, which is fantastic.
Nice.
We've also had some more locals coming down to visit, and it is really incredible the support of this town we're getting, and the whole area. Really, it's just there's people coming in from all over the place to volunteer.
Fantastic. And hopefully this raises the profile of the museum, and you're able to really run with this and help expand and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Also,
media people wanted to interview him, and it's like, well, you missed him.
yeah. So, yeah, there's also another story coming out from the Salt Lake Tribune with, and according to the writer, there'll be a little bit of a correction from the previous story.
Gotcha. Okay.
Referring to it as a crisis, because it's not a crisis.
It's an opportunity. Yeah.
Yes.
The alarm was pulled because of short time span.
Yeah. Yeah. So everything's good.
Excellent.
The city, we're working with the city, and it's going really well.
I'm really glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that. Well, I'll let you go. Thank you so much, Andrew and Jim, and hope to hear from you again soon.
Okay, thanks, Danny, and thanks to everyone for your support.
All right, good luck out there. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Bye.
Excellent. Holy moly. That was Andrew Milner, elite paleontologist and curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, and Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist for the great state of Utah. Good news all around. That is wonderful. Fantastic. And you could hear the gratitude in their voices too, especially Andrew, for all of the support that this community has lent to this project. You know, when I got started here on Twitch, I thought it would be cool to be able to do outreach here and teach people about the history of life on Earth. I didn't realize that I'd be able to use this platform to make a real positive material difference in paleontology. The support we've been able to lend in getting these fossils saved so they can be studied, so that our field can advance further. It's been incredible. Thank you for your support, everybody. It means so much to me and to everybody else involved with this project in St. George. It's a big deal. It really is. So yeah, Petrodactylus says, sounds like it's going great, all things considered. Yeah, absolutely. And PaleoStream says the channel's goals grow with its audience. Wise words there. You're right, Joshua, yeah. You also heard Jim and Andrew mention Selena Suarez. This is not Selena, this is Lindsay Zano here. But, P.A. Chanis, oh, hey, thank you.
If they're removed, America loses them.
Thank you, P.A. Chanis, for the subscription. Thank you for continuing your sub from a Prime or a gift to a Tier 1. I really appreciate that, P.A. Chanis. Thank you for that. It's a big deal. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. This is Lindsay Zano here. Let's go to... there's Jim and Dawn, and here's Selena and Marina.
Period was not. It's necessary to look beyond the fossils. The Suarez twins from Temple University found evidence of a spring by looking at the rocks.
It's like telling a story. It's, using the rocks to tell a story.
So there's Selena there.
Not only
So she, I think, just left this morning, but she was there at the site collecting samples in order to do this same kind of work. So she's one of the best in the world at doing this, collecting samples and being able to kind of suss out environmental clues from those small samples. Whether it's a tiny, tiny drill sample from a tooth or from a scale, or whether it's samples of sediment, you can do things like determine water temperature, like stuff related to rainfall, just trying to piece together whatever evidence we can glean about what this habitat was like 200 million years ago. She's doing the same stuff at Crystal Geyser here, back around 2006.
the bone's important, but the rocks that the bones are found in are important. That's the reason why we stay looking at the rocks. We look at it. Dinosaur bones are really pretty. Oh, they're very pretty. And we love them. We love them a lot. But the rocks are also, they tell the story, a part of the story that that sometimes the bones can't always tell us. So the top layer that we saw was the initial piece of evidence that pointed us toward the spring deposits. And then the other deposits that we found were the bones, were the rocks that were at the base of the quarry. And these rocks have very similar aspects to the modern spring deposits that we see at the Crystal Geyser.
This is just
piece
morphology
here
of the rock.
is a young modern deposit. The radial structure that you see of the crystals moving away from the center.
Yeah, the cameras aren't really picking that up, but there are striations running radially off of that, you know, like a starburst, basically.
Is also seen in...
Hey, Ash said hi. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you.
One of the theories that's
There's
been
Jim.
proposed for why the Crystal Geyser dinosaur quarry was preserved, and one that I kind of like myself, is that it was preserved by a coating of carbonates laid down by a spring deposit. I like to tell people it was a scab on the erosional surface that preserved the bones in place.
The modern Crystal Geyser spring is coincidentally located near the Falcarius gravesite. It vividly demonstrates
total
this
coincidence.
These are the kind of minerals that we see preserving the bones, calcium carbonate encrusting the bone.
So again, I was talking earlier about how Jim is more on kind of the geological side of paleontology. You know, he says, I'm a biostratigrapher by trade, Jim often says. The rocks are first and foremost in his mind. That's kind of the lens that he sees these things through, and you hear that in how he speaks about this.
Minerals that we see preserving the bones, calcium carbonate encrusting the bone. What we have here are somewhat older spring deposits on the order of thousands of years that have been exposed by the Green River cutting through them. Some of the carbonates that were studied by the Suarez sisters have some similar features, and it's one of the lines of evidence they've used to suggest that spring deposition may be an important part of why this quarry was preserved where it was.
So again, this is a quarry in a different part of Utah from far later in time. This is like 130 million years ago, give or take. The Cedar Mountain Formation. We're talking about the Moenavi Formation, where I was last week in St. George. 200 million years old. So, much, much older. From the beginning of the Jurassic. This is from the beginning of the Cretaceous. But I'm showing you this because we're talking about therizinosaurs today. And we're talking about, well, and a lot of these same folks are people who are working in St. George right now. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to, I think, Selena here.
The slide that I have on the screen right now is approximately 125 million years old. These are rocks that we found at the Crystal Geyser Dinosaur Quarry. And then the slide that I have on right now is a piece of the modern Crystal Geyser, probably no older than 1,000 years old. So when you look at the different crystal structures, they look pretty similar, and that's how we've been able to put together a little bit of evidence to determine that the Crystal Geyser Dinosaur Quarry was deposited either in or near a spring.
So again, really important stuff. If you're trying to figure out the depositional environment, you're trying to figure out what this habitat looked like all those millions of years ago, it's good to have people like Selena on your team. She's been working down in St. George. I just missed her. I think she showed up the same afternoon that I left. So we just missed each other. But, yeah, important stuff. So they've got some heavy hitters down there. Some real titans in the field.
The same deposits that preserve the bones in the dinosaur graveyard must now be carefully removed in the lab.
When we discover a fossil in the field, the first step is to make a plaster jacket to protect the fossil. So
we all know about jacketing, right?
The lab. Once it's at the lab, we saw a part of the jacket revealing the fossils entombed within the rock. And then we have preparators who spent hundreds of hours carefully detailing removing rock, or what we call the matrix. And we slowly chip away the rock, revealing the bone within it.
Good stuff. Anywho, let's get back to... Oh, here's Dawn right here, too. Yeah.
These huge numbers. What attracted them to this particular place?
And you see the shade tarps here in these shots. So Dawn, of course, is the shade tarp king. And he's been bringing some of these shade tarps down to St. George. I guess he just showed up yesterday, I think. Or maybe today. And he's been helping them set up those shade tarps because it's starting to get hot down there. And this is one of those things that you need to do in order to be able to keep your crew alive when they're working all day in the hot sun, you need to provide some shade so that people can work efficiently, so their brains aren't being fried, you know, that kind of thing.
These are just some of the questions Kirkland's team hopes to answer as they search for clues in this dinosaur graveyard. Don DeBlue manages the removal of these prehistoric remains.
Well, here in the dig site, we have about a meter of
this is back when Don had goatee.
Bone-bearing sediment, and the bones are distributed pretty evenly throughout that meter. And we use our little picks to just kind of push gently through the matrix until we hit one of the little nodules. You can feel that. Then take the brush.
Yep.
Sweep.
It's painstaking work.
Sweep that away, put it into our bucket.
Many of Falcarius's bones are encased in minerals.
This lightish brown color is the carbonate nodule. This darker brown and black is actually the bone sticking out of the nodule. Occasionally we hit some nice little things that don't have a lot of nodule around them. In this case, there's a beautiful little toe bone here of a juvenile animal.
Because this Falcarius toe bone is not encrusted in rock, it is quite fragile. Glue is used to help harden it.
Yep.
If you drop
probably
that
some
on there.
Vinac or some
Layer by
B72
layer,
there.
Every bone fragment from this massive graveyard becomes a new piece of
And I think there's Selena again right there.
Evidence.
The small nodules we can collect, just wrap them up in toilet paper. Some of the larger things we'll use the medical bandage to make a little gypsona jacket around it.
Yeah.
Back at the...
Anyway, we'll get back to the therizinosaurs part because we're trying to lay the groundwork to being able to talk about our new therizinosaur just published, DUONYCHUS. And hello to you, Dyson Dinosaur. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Did you say earlier? Nice to see DUONYCHUS out. Last week I was at Stefan Lautenschlager's office in Birmingham. He mentioned it to me a few days before publication, as we will use a certain thing of DUONYCHUS in Iguanodon. What do you mean by that, Filippo? Interesting. Tropical Daydream, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, the reason this is dovetailing this documentary here, I'll give you the link to it, is dovetailing nicely with today's topics in a few different spots. We just got off the phone with Jim Kirkland and Andrew Milner. Selena Suarez was at the site. But let's get back to what Lindsay Zano was saying about these animals. The transition in therizinosaurs from carnivory to herbivory.
From the primitive therizinosaur that we've been digging at the Crystal
repeat.
Geyser
Nice,
Quarry,
Dyson
and I
Dinosaur,
have some
nice.
casted material of Nothornychus, which is a therizinosaur that's more derived that occurred later in time.
Yep, and I've got a Nothornychus claw and humerus right here. It's upper arm bone, and this is one of the hand claws on this critter.
And you can see there's a huge size difference here. These are both...
The scapula of Nothornychus is 3 times the size of the more primitive Falcarius.
There's a lot...
Anywho, she's talking about the differences between Falcarius and Nothornychus. Let's get to where she talks about herbivory versus carnivory. Here.
Falcarius provides a unique opportunity to see what features this early therizinosaur preserved from its meat-eating ancestors.
So again, this animal here represents a cool kind of transition, we think, from meat-eating ancestry to plant-eating descendants. The therizinosaurs, these weird, long-necked, long-armed, kind of short-legged, upright standing, almost Godzilla posture critters with these crazy long claws. They represent a really interesting change, not just in morphology, but in habits. They come from a long line of formidable carnivores, and they went vegetarian. Our new dinosaur today is a member of this group and shows a further kind of morphological adaptation toward herbivory as well. We'll get to that in a minute. We're trying to set it up here with these clips.
So how do we know that therizinosaurs evolved from raptor-like dinosaurs? When we find an animal that's primitive, like Falcarius, we're able to look at its anatomy and see things that have been retained from its ancestors. For instance, in the case of Falcarius, which represents early therizinosaurs, we're still able to see predatory features like sharp claws. In the case of raptor dinosaurs, folding arms. This is the forelimb of Falcarius. One of the things that's easy to recognize about it is that it basically looks like a raptor dinosaur. It's long, it's elongate, the bones are not thick and robust. The claws are still predatory dinosaur claws. There hasn't been that much change in the forelimb.
Radar Tombstone says, or Tombsna says maybe it was an omnivore before. We think Falcarius probably was. We suspect that Falcarius was an omnivore. Probably eating plants and meat, kind of whatever it fancies. The interesting thing is, this dinosaur is evolving, like this transition from carnivore to herbivore is happening around the same time that flowering plants are appearing on the scene. So this is kind of a revolution happening in the flora. Today, almost all of the plants around you, you walk outside, most of the plants that you see are going to be flowering plants. Grasses and fruit trees, and most of the broadleaf trees you see are going to be flowering plants. Most of the ground cover plants are flowering plants too. Those plants did not exist until the early Cretaceous. And so you've got suddenly all these new kinds of plants evolving, and it seems like certain groups of dinosaur evolved to exploit that new food resource. So suddenly an explosion of flowering plants. There's food everywhere. Let's go vegetarian. I'm oversimplifying a bit, but that's kind of the general idea. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Look at the legs of this animal. One of the really significant features we see with Falcarius is the lower leg bones are significantly longer than the upper leg bones.
Yeah, it's characteristic of like a running animal.
It's a real character of all the Maniraptorans. Velociraptor, the Oviraptors.
The sharp claws, long forelimbs, and fast running capabilities all trace back to the raptor roots of Falcarius.
All later therizinosaurs that we know of have femurs that are longer than the lower legs.
Yep.
This is a sign of an animal that's moving much more slowly. In addition, this animal still has a pretty typical theropod three-toed foot with three functional toes, but the little dew claw here in later therizinosaurs becomes larger and actually becomes a weight-supporting toe once again.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Unique in the
so, and we can see that in here. This is a later therizinosaur, Therizinosaurus. And of course, they had feathers all over their bodies. These guys are pretty close to birds. These are Maniraptoran theropods, so they're from the same group as Velociraptor, Deinonychus, and Oviraptorosaurs, and those guys. Pretty cool. Wow, I could just walk around this all day. Very neat. And they had four-toed feet too, unlike other theropods. I mean, in most theropod dinosaurs, I should say the first toe rather than the fourth one. First one is just vestigial, kind of hangs out in the back, off the ground. Dew claw, like Jim said. That first toe, it's the inside toe there, actually turned around to contact the ground, give these animals extra purchase and extra weight-bearing capability.
So Lenina asks also they were actually more upright. So would they
These
have
guys were.
on 2 feet?
Yeah, I mean, all theropods walk on 2 feet, but they walked upright, like, rather than most theropod dinosaurs whose backbones are kind of parallel to the ground. Yeah. These guys are. So unlike, here's a Velociraptor skeleton right here. You see it's, horizontal. You've got that long tail held out for balance. Therizinosaurs, especially the later ones, don't do this. They're like upright like that, walking around kind of like a bear walking on its hind legs, or like Godzilla. Here, find you a good depiction of that. Kind of like this. Yeah. Here's a lovely illustration. It's just kind of sitting on its haunches. Kind of casually eating. Using those big arms to just pull branches toward its mouth. That's probably what these guys were doing for a big part of every day, you know? Mommy Does says, looks like a sloth. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about that too when we get to Duonychus. This is the dinosaur version of a sloth tens of millions of years before the first sloths evolved. So this doesn't look like a sloth. Sloths look like therizinosaurs in a certain sense. But sloths tend to have very short necks because they're mammals. These guys didn't have those kinds of constraints. They could evolve long necks to help them feed. Yeah. Does that make sense? And Link for Real says, do we know...
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Benny the Ball, thank you for the follow. Link for Real says, do we know if they were herbivores or carnivores or omnivores? We've got every indication that these guys would have been, at the very least, omnivores, but more likely just full-on herbivores. That's what their teeth seem to suggest. So here is the skull of one of these animals, Erlikosaurus. Here, I've got an illustration of Erlikosaurus right there. I'll find this and show it to you. Here we go. Higher res. Erlikosaurus right here. This is its skull. So the interesting thing is that, like all therizinosaurs, these guys evolved from what we think is a meat-eating ancestor. But the skull is not indicative of a meat-eating animal at all. This skull is the skull of a plant eater. The teeth become very small, kind of peg-like, right here. Not sharp. They even take on kind of a leaf-shaped kind of aspect to them. Thank you, Immortality13, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And here at the front of the snout, they have this toothless Rhamphitheca. So, like, the front of their upper jaw, at least, is becoming toothless. Like a beak for cropping plants. The front of their lower jaw, also, no teeth there. No tooth sockets to speak of. No place for teeth. This is indicative of a plant-eating animal. So we see this, like, as therizinosaurs are evolving, they're looking more and more like full-on committed plant eaters. Herbivores. And that has to do with their, you know, kind of tilting back, their first digit, like their dew claw, actually descending down to become part of the functional part of the foot to help, you know, bear extra weight. These guys are becoming heavier, bulkier, slower, more upright, so they can browse at treetop height, possibly. These are all adaptations that seem to go with herbivory, plant eating.
The world is that now, for the first time, scientists have a missing link. A step in the evolutionary transformation from a predatory raptor to a plant-eating therizinosaur.
One of the things we know you have to do to build a therizinosaur is to take a velociraptor-like animal and give it a huge gut and shrink its legs down, add a couple extra toes, and lengthen its neck and shrink its head.
One toe per
small
foot.
leaf-shaped teeth instead of those sharp blade-like teeth like a predatory dinosaur would have.
There you
Previously,
go.
we had no real information on how this transition was happening. With the discovery of Falcarius, we're able to take an in-depth look, sort of a time slice in evolution,
There's Falcarius
and take
there.
a close look at what areas of the skeleton are changing.
When we look,
So we're kind of going from this to an animal that looks more like this. Bulkier, heavier, slower, and then, here. Bapiasaurus by Lewis Ray. There's a lovely illustration of some Bapiasaurus, which are from a little bit later in time, I think, in China. Yeah, it's that big pot belly right there. You've got those four-toed feet. You got that long neck. You still got teeth in the premaxilla right there, I guess. This is a pretty primitive therizinosaur, but it's less primitive than Falcarius in a lot of its anatomy. But yeah, this is a therizinosaur, and they're, you know, they're kind of running. Well, these ones are running, so they're tilted forward a little bit. But yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, Bapiosaurus here. Good stuff. Dilly Dally says murder ducks. Well, the thing is, these guys were plant eaters. Maybe they ate meat here and there. You know, a lot of animals do, if given the chance. But they are clearly evolving toward full-on herbivory, plant eating. That's the direction that they're headed. And Thorako says, how come therizinosaurs are only seen in Asia? They're not. No, this documentary here from 2007 is all about Falcarius from Utah. We've got other therizinosaurs like Nothronychus here from New Mexico here in the States.
Look at the hip region here. We see some features that are very important in the therizinosaurs that are developed much more so later. They begin to flare the hip out laterally, pull the bones at the base of the hips back, basically creating a large basket to support the digestive system that a plant-eating animal needs. And
that big old gut right there, right here. Digesting plants takes a lot more kind of real estate than digesting meat. You need more processing space there, a longer intestine to be able to get all the nutrients that you can out of the plant material that you're eating. So if an animal switches from eating meat to eating plants, if a lineage of animals does that, they're going to need larger guts in order to do that efficiently. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And Dragon099 says, what was the evolutionary pressure that led to the evolution of feathers? Temperature regulation? That's one of the main ideas, yeah, is that it was for insulation, for keeping warm. But feathers are also really good for display. They can be good for camouflage. They can be good for just kind of helping guard against abrasion, stuff like that too. Feathers have got a multitude of different uses, and we don't know what the original purpose of feathers was. What was the original evolutionary pressure that led to the evolution of feathers? We're not totally sure, but insulation is at the top of the list. Yeah. We're still also not totally sure where and when feathers first evolved. You know, when in time and where on the Tree of Life. We were talking about this a bit yesterday. Did feathers first evolve on dinosaurs or on the ancestors of dinosaurs? Things like Dinosauriform or ornithodyrons. We don't really know. We're still figuring that out. Yeah. So anywho, yeah. Anyway, Thorako, it's good to see you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's a name that's new to me. I'm glad that you chimed in. It's good to see you. Yeah. Let's get back to our video.
And this has already begun to do this, and there's really not much reason you would start expanding your abdominal cavity unless you were going to process something that was more difficult to digest.
Like plants.
In a unique twist of evolution, Falcarius represents a meat-eater forsaking its bloodthirsty ancestry as it becomes a vegetarian.
I personally can relate to this. You and me both, Falcarius. You and me both.
Well, if we take a look at this meat-eating dinosaur that would have been a close relative of Falcarius, you can see it has sharp blade-like teeth that would be serrated like a knife. If we look at the teeth of Falcarius, you notice they're smaller, more densely packed. They're not serrated the same way that the meat-eating teeth were, and they're leaf-shaped, so they're much better suited for eating plants.
The enlarged gut and smaller teeth were directly related to the change in diet that occurred with Falcarius. Other more subtle changes were just beginning.
And then as a really exciting feature, we see this specialized elongate neck. Now, if you look at this neck, it looks heavy, but the bones are full of air sacs. And really, none of the bone in this neck is more than 2 millimeters thick. If you filled the dry neck bones with helium, they'd probably float. Now, for Falcarius, we had hundreds, thousands of bones all mixed up in the quarry. And when we describe an animal, we have to pick one bone.
So anyway, I want to go back to that real quick, actually. Let's dwell on this for a minute. I'm going to repeat this part, because that lightweight neck is important. And when we, just a couple minutes here, get into talking about our brand new therizinosaur, I want you to be thinking along these same lines about weight reduction.
Bones are full of air sacs, and really none of the bone in this neck is more than 2 millimeters thick. If you filled the dried neck bones with helium, they'd probably float.
So that neck is probably going up into the air in order to browse at treetop height, perhaps. So remember that. As we get into talking about this critter, it's already been making the news, which is pretty cool. Take a look.
Alberta scientist is being credited with helping identify a previously unknown species of dinosaur. Darla Zelnitsky of the University of Calgary is the co-author of a study on the DUONYCHUS.
DUONYCHUS
Normally had 3 fingered claws, but Zelnitsky says this specimen has just 2. The fossils were unearthed in Mongolia 13 years ago. Still the only one ever found.
Yep. Very, very cool. Here's a link to that right there. Let's see if there's any other videos that have come out since I searched for this last, right before I started the stream. We've had somebody already make a 3D representation of this animal. How cool is that? Beautiful. Yeah, and the 2-clawed hands. Very interesting. Really long claws on that critter. Therizinosaur claws are interesting. They tend to be pretty thin from side to side. I think it's for the press release. Oh, cool, PaleoStream. Excellent. Cool, we'll take a look at that press release in a minute. Here is a 3D print that I made of a Nothronychus claw. So this is the therizinosaur from New Mexico. The same one that we saw in that When Dinosaurs Roamed America clip. It's not nearly as long as the claws of Therizinosaurus. It's interesting to think about because some of these different guys might be doing different... They might have slightly different strategies in how they're acquiring food. Here, I'll see if I can find the Nothronychus mount in here. There, it's right behind me right there. This is another part of my big road trip with Lordy from 2021. Kind of like... Probably served a number of vegetative matter. Barrel shape. Back to Falcarius over here.
I'm still just a little bit confused. Just one more time.
And thank you, Smokey Zephyr, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Drilled means that it's a cast?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't want to put holes in a real fossil. Yeah.
And so brackets mean that it's...
Exactly, yeah. So you see here, there's no, like, metal... These are almost all Rob Gaston.
This is a cast. Like, these are exact replicas of the real thing, but you look at the Gripposaurus over there. It's got that beautiful metal framework built around it to hold the real fossil bones in place. These precious, precious elements. Yeah.
Wait, versus, so there are therizinosaurs from outside Asia? Yeah, both of these guys are from outside of Asia.
Let's look at Falcarius right here.
Falcarius from Utah?
Was a super important dinosaur for a lot of different reasons, and it will continue to be a super important dinosaur as more stuff is published on it. But Falcarius, it's been described as kind of a missing link between like carnivorous theropod dinosaurs and therizinosaurs.
So therizinosaurs, the derived ones look like this. This is Nothronychus.
From New Mexico.
Depending on who you ask. Tomato, potato. This is your classic big derived therizinosaur. So it's got this big barrel-shaped rib cage like that. Look at how wide that rib cage is. And look at those hips. Look at the way the ilia flare out to the sides like that. And then there's just like all of this space there in the gut. This is an animal that ate plants. It needs all of that extra gut space to help ferment all this vegetative matter that it would be taking in. Plants are more difficult to digest than meat. You need more space in your gut to digest plants.
We talked about this earlier. Yeah.
They've got the space for it. And that long neck like that is probably used to reach up into the treetops in order to get the tenderest leaves or what have you. And these arms probably served a number of different functions.
So before I said beefy arms, and that's probably not quite right, because these arm bones are not very robust. They look pretty thin, right? They look pretty almost lightweight. I have the humerus of Nothronychus right here. So 3D print of a Nothronychus humerus, and look how thin that is in cross section. It seems like these animals are really trying to save on weight here, which is interesting. Yeah. And Sachariwa says, but those claws, bro, defense? They would have been useful for defense, but also just to help lengthen the arms, lengthen that reach to be able to pull down tree branches and stuff to be able to eat.
It's got really long arms. Look at the size of those claws.
Fewer than 40 full-time
Just
dinosaur
awesome.
paleontologists.
Those are probably used for reaching up into the trees and like pulling down branches, maybe kind of scraping their way through the forest. I don't know, something. It's something to do with herbivory. Like it may be similar to like what giant ground sloths would use their massive arms for, and their massive claws. These guys are kind of like. These are like giant ground sloths before there were giant ground sloths.
Oh yeah,
I guess
long
giant ground
before.
sloths are kind of therizinosaur-like in a way. But these guys evolved from, like fast-moving, predatory theropod dinosaurs. That's why Falcarius, this guy right here, is so important. This is a really primitive therizinosaur, and so this is kind of a transitional form between, fast-moving predatory theropods. Something that would be much more slow-moving and herbivorous. Maybe these guys were omnivorous. They've got these little teeth in there that would be maybe useful for processing meat as well as plants. But they're probably on their way to being like full-time herbivores. And their skeleton kind of reflects that. They're kind of in between. It's really cool whenever we see something like this in Dinosaur Evolution.
Random Bug UK just gave us 5 gift subs.
Random Bug UK, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Show you around. I know a lot of people are still stuck inside right now. A lot of people don't have the wherewithal to visit museums. I hope that
this is 2021. This is still kind of at the height of COVID.
Fun for you to watch. I hope you learn something, and I hope maybe it inspires you to go out and visit this museum someday, or visit whatever natural history museum you have in your area.
Dr. Irrefutable says those giant claws are roughly matched by the giant sloth, aren't they? They're different. So sloth claws tend to be much thicker in cross-section. They're much wider, much more dense, much heavier, as are their forelimbs. With ground sloths in general, like it's like a paramylodon from right here in the Bay Area and all over the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, presumably. They've got much denser, heavier, beefier forelimbs because these guys walk on all fours. Those are also for weight bearing. So as these animals are traversing the landscape, they're walking on their arms too. These are 4-legged animals. Not so for therizinosaurs. They walk on 2 legs. They do have this kind of upright stance like that, like these guys do when they rear up on their hind legs. But it's important for them to have lighter weight forelimbs in order to be able to do what they do,
Yeah. And Armageddon says, all that fermentation going on, I bet they were a bit windy. Oh, certainly. I would think so, yeah. Yeah, probably farting up a storm. Those therizinosaurs. Anyhow. And Shaggy Rex says, wait, if they have a long neck and they're able to stand on their hind limbs, what need would they have to use their arms to pull down foliage? So part of it is probably pulling down foliage, and part of it is also probably defense. This is probably how these animals are preventing themselves from becoming meals to theropods left and right, is you could lash out with those forelimbs. That's probably part of it. But also, if you can hook onto a branch right there and pull the whole thing down, you can kind of pick around it with your head and neck and get all of the leaves that you need, and then you let it go. That's kind of how I imagine it, at least. We don't have, I don't know if anybody's actually published on, like, how precisely these guys would have been feeding, but that's the way that I imagine it. I think a lot of this work is still yet to be done. And our new critter here, Duonykchus, finally getting to it, might help shed some light in that direction. So a new species of dinosaur named Duonykchus saugbatari has been discovered by scientists, and unlike other therizinosaurs, this species only has 2 clawed fingers instead of 3. 2 on each hand, not 3 like every other therizinosaur we have. I want to ask you right off the bat, chat, why in the world would you want to reduce your number of digits? Why would 2 fingers be better than 3 in a circumstance like this? 2-finger superiority, says Deathsaurus, but why? For tax reasons. Okay, yeah. Get a big write-off. Because he wants to get the role of T-Rex in the next movie. So they don't give themselves away when ordering drinks in a bar. Yeah, in Germany, in Sofan. Yeah. Or was it in France? It was in France. Love that movie. I suspect it's probably a weight thing. Where if you're spending all your days reaching up and pulling down branches, why have 3 fingers when 2 will do just fine and they'll save you a little bit on weight to make you a little bit more efficient? That's my guess, but we're going to look at the paper and we'll see if the authors have anything to say about that. Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors says Bob Thienderman. Yeah. The British 2-finger salute. There you go, Co-Raven, yeah. Or a peace sign, you know. And less friction, kind of. Less chance to get stuck when grabbing a branch. That's an interesting thought, too. A penachonka. Yeah. Huh. Well, we'll take a look at the paper. Because, again, on this channel, we don't just look at the press releases and videos and stuff. I'm going to be walking you through the actual scientific paper as well. We're going to be looking at the original literature. So a new species of dinosaur with strange claws has been unearthed in Mongolia by paleontologists. This new genus and species is a therizinosaur, plant-eating, 2-legged giants with long claws. It was discovered buried in the Gobi Desert, according to a new study published Tuesday, March 25th, in the journal iScience. Luckily, this is an open access journal, no paywall. So we'll take a look at that. Here's a link to this press article here. In the meantime. Unlike other therizinosaurs, which have 3 fingers on their hands, equipped with long, sharp claws, this new species has only 2 fingers. This unique anatomy inspired its scientific name, Duonykchus saugbatari. Duonykchus means 2 claws. I love that it delivers what it promises. It does what it says on the tin. 2-clawed dinosaur, Duonykchus. Straightforward. Greek for 2 digits, and honors the Mongolian paleontologist, Gigashav Sogbatar. Many species of therizinosaurs have been discovered, and this group had pretty much been defined by their 3-fingered hands sporting large claws, said study co-author Darla Zelenitsky, paleontologist at the University of Calgary in Canada, who told Life Science that in an email. To find a specimen with only 2 fingers or claws was surprising, as this was so out of the ordinary for this group of dinosaurs. And I can tell you, I've been hearing rumors about this for like a decade, and then when I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, in Minneapolis this past October/November, it kind of straddled those 2 months. Let's see. Fine. Oh, there's me and Jim at the banquet afterward. Yeah, here's the SVP banquet, Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There's Tom Holtz right there. I recognize the back of that head there. Yeah. Anyway, during the poster session, they had a poster on this critter, and like, holy cow, there it is. I don't have photos of the poster because it's not okay to do that. But here's a photo of me and my poster. I had 2 posters I was presenting. Anyway, so it was in the same room that I first saw the photos of the specimen of Duonykis, and I've been so excited about it since then. And I got to talk to one of the authors. It's from Japan. And I heard 2-fingered therizinosaur, and I said, well, where's the 3rd finger? What's going on? Is it pathological? Is it a taphonomic thing? And nope, I saw the photos, and like, that's very clearly supposed to be a 2-fingered animal. It's got a little splint there of the 3rd digit. So, yeah. And Gamers Tavern Show says, do we know this is a different species or just a single mutation, like how some people are born with 6 fingers? This looks like it's supposed to be that way. I think they've got 2 different hands, and they've both got the same deal going on. And it would make sense to me to reduce your number of digits if you're going to be reaching up with your hands all day, if that's how you're making your living. But again, we'll see what the paper says. Therizinosaurs are a group of dinosaurs that lived across what is now Asia and North America during the late Cretaceous period, from about 100 million to 66 million years ago. Despite being part of the theropod group of dinosaurs, typically associated with carnivorous dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, therizinosaurs were herbivorous. These dinosaurs are known for their enormous sickle-shaped claws, with some species growing talons as long as 20 inches. And that's just the bony ungule. That's just the core of the claw. In life, it would have been covered by a keratinous sheath. Would have been significantly longer than that, presumably. All other therizinosaurs that have been previously discovered, including Therizinosaurus and Beipiaosaurus, have 3 clawed fingers on their hands, making the discovery of 2-clawed Duonychus unusual. Therizinosaurs are already some of the most unusual dinosaurs out there, but Duonychus sogbatari takes it to another level. Study lead author Yoshitsugu Kobayashi, he's the gentleman I spoke to at SVP, he was presenting the poster, I think, paleontologist at Hokkaido University in Japan, told Live Science in an email. This new discovery from Mongolia breaks the mold with just 2 fingers instead of the typical 3, offering a rare glimpse into how theropod hands evolved and adapted. But what truly makes this discovery exciting is the incredibly well-preserved keratinous sheath on the claw. We've got keratin on the claw. Yeah. The first such case in a medium to large-sized theropod dinosaur, Kobayashi added. Super cool. So actually having the keratin preserved there, it helps show how long the claw is. Because normally we just have the bony core. you know, the part of the claw that's made of bone. This has got the keratin over the sheath of it, too. So let me show you another clip here. Bingo. There it is. That helps explain this. This is in a spinosaur, so a different kind of theropod, but same idea. Different colors on their heads and on their beaks. Yeah, dinosaurs are probably the same way. And generally speaking, the males would probably be... Yeah. Man, I can't get enough of this Suchomimus here. So cool. And check this out. This is a baryonyx claw right here. Yeah, again, I've got that same one here in my office. I have a cast of this, or rather a 3D print at home. I'm very familiar with this specimen. This is the one at the British Museum. So that's the bony core right there. And if you go around the side, there it is reconstructed with the keratin on the top. So birds are kind of the same way, where they've got a bony core to their claws. Right here. But that doesn't show you how big the actual claw would be in life. That's really neat. I love that. I think this this maps out to like how big the claw should be with the keratin sheath over the top. Really neat. Yeah. The sheath can be and often is much larger than the size of the actual bone. Yeah.
What do they say about Suchomimus tails? Were they similar?
Anywho, good stuff. If you want a link to that VOD, if you want to watch that, very cool museum. There's a link in the chat for you. So here, we don't have to guess how long that keratin sheath would be. It's preserved right here. Super neat. The new fossil was unearthed through the construction of a water pipeline in the Bayan Shiri Formation of the Omnogovi Province, southern Mongolia. The specimen had excellently preserved hands with a 3D sheath where the claw, made of keratin, like our fingernails, would have been. Parts of the arms, spine, and hips were also preserved. The hands, a hallmark of therizinosaurs, are exquisitely preserved, with all of the finger and wrist bones intact in the specimen, Zelnitsky said. Even the keratinous sheath of the claw is preserved, revealing how big and sharp its claws really were. Really good to know. Other species of dinosaurs, such as T-Rex, had 2 fingers, but this marks the first time a therizinosaur has been found with fewer than 3 digits. This species likely evolved to lose one of the 3 fingers of its ancestors, the study authors suggested. Yes, indeed. So I like this. An illustration of a therizinosaur. Duonykis may have looked similar to this creature, except it only possessed 2 fingers instead of 3. Illustration by Masato Hattori. The researchers think that Duonykis may have evolved this unique hand in order to better grip vegetation, allowing for more efficient feeding. Huh. The loss of the 3rd finger, here we go, in Duonykis, may actually have made its remaining 2 fingers even better at what they were designed for, or evolved for. Grasping, Kobayashi said. Based on the shape of its well-preserved claw and how it curved, Duonykis was likely using its hands to grab onto branches and pull vegetation closer, kind of like how chameleons do today. Interesting. I like to think of it more as like a sloth, but that gets confusing because sloths today are arboreal. They do sometimes pull branches closer to their mouths, but normally they're like climbing with their arms and their legs. Anyway, we think many therizinosaurs may have used their hands for foraging in a hook and pull motion, but Duonykis takes us to another level with its extreme claw structure. Additionally, Kobayashi suggested that the claws may have played other roles, such as defense, courtship, or even play. Sure. The researchers are thrilled by this discovery, as it not only reveals unexpected diversity within therizinosaurs, but also marks the 5th time that a theropod dinosaur group has evolved to lose their 3rd finger. Let's see, who are the other 4 times when theropods have lost their 3rd finger? You think about that. Tyrannosaurs, Alvarezsaurs, like right here. Limiosaurus, maybe? Losing a 3rd finger. We need one more, right? Yeah, this is the 5th time the theropod dinosaur group has evolved to lose their 3rd finger. Yeah, Neverwinter says Mononychus. Yeah, the Alvarezsaurs. I just mentioned that, yeah. Maybe that's Mononychus right there. One of my favorite illustrations of Mononychus right here, whose name means one claw. I don't know if we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that any Alvarezsaurs actually lose their 3rd finger entirely. Most of them are not well preserved enough where we can tell whether or not they've still got digit 3. But digits 2 and 3 are super, super reduced. Anywho, yeah. Well, more fossils would help confirm this. Also, all signs point to Duonychus representing a true evolutionary shift, not just a fluke, Kobayashi said. It's a remarkable find that reshapes our understanding of therizinosaurs and theropod evolution as a whole. Very, very cool. This is really exciting stuff. And given that this is from Live Science and some of the it said, oh, well, via email, researchers say this and that. It sounds like Live Science reached out directly to them. Let's see if we can pull up another article here and see if we've got anything different. Here's one from phys.org. Let's see if this is a rehash or if it's distinct. Giant claw unearthed in Mongolia belongs to a new species of two-fingered dinosaur. Duonychus didactyl hand. This is probably from the paper, actually. Yeah, looks like it. So, tyrannosaurs? Oh, there's a kind of allosaur-allosaroid that also, interesting. Okay. So, allosauroids, tyrannosauroids, alvarezsaurs, therizinosaurs, and oviraptorosaurs. Interesting. I didn't realize we had any oviraptorosaurs with fewer than 3 digits on the hand. We've also got, what, Limiosaurus, I think, too, right? Limiosaurus might have 3 digits. I'm not totally sure off the top of my head. Anywho, very cool. We've got figures from the paper right here. There's the discovery site there. And interesting that this was discovered during a construction project in Mongolia. You don't often hear about construction projects in Mongolia. Usually, Mongolian fieldwork is like, yep, we're going out to the Flaming Cliffs, or Barangoyat, or Ukatolgad, or someplace like that, way out in the middle of nowhere. Interesting that this happened because of construction. The team suggests that the reason the dinosaur had just 2 claws is likely due to its manner of eating. 2 claws suggest vegetation was pulled down and thrust into the mouth. Doesn't really follow. 2 claws, they note, would have made each claw stronger than if there were 3, allowing the dinosaur to grab thicker branches. That's an interesting idea. The fingers also do look pretty robust compared to what I've seen in other therizinosaurs. Anyhow. Here is the paper right here, and it is open access. No paywall.
Access granted.
Good stuff. So you can follow along at home if you would like to. Excellent. And Mommy Does says even some of the giant sloths started losing digits. Interesting. Found a Remetherium. Lariardi seems to have been ditching all but 2. Well, well, well. I know they still got... Oh, okay. Maybe they've got 2 functional digits. No, it looks like they've got 3. But anyway, they started off with 5. So they're definitely reducing their digits either way. Didactyl therizinosaur with a preserved keratinous claw from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia. This is so exciting. Then it also goes to show that at SVP, if you get a poster instead of a talk, you're in good company. Sometimes really interesting, exciting stuff doesn't get a talk. Sometimes it just gets a poster. And everybody thinks of posters as being less than talks. I prefer not to think of it so much that way. I honestly prefer posters most of the time, because I get to have conversations with other researchers more readily than or just giving a lecture, you know? But yeah. Very cool. So, authors are Yoshitsugu Kobayashi, Darla Zelenitsky, Anthony Fiorillo, and Sogbatar Chinzareg. So let's read the abstract, which, interesting. In the conventions of this journal, they just call the summary. What journal is this again? iScience. And Carrie K on 9, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So therizinosaurs are herbivorous or omnivorous theropod dinosaurs that lived in Asia and North America during the Cretaceous. They're notable for their 3-fingered hands, large claw-like unguals. Here we describe a new and unusual species of the therizinosauriid DUONYCHUS sogbatari, recovered from the lower Upper Cretaceous Bayan-Shiri Formation of the Gobi Desert of Mongolia. Let's take a look at this formation real quick and see what our fauna list is for it so far. What other organisms have been reported from this formation? So this is Cenomanian deconiacean. Oh boy. 96 to 89 million years ago. So we've got like a 7 million year window there. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff in Mongolia is not particularly well dated, which offers some challenges when we're trying to figure out the evolution of these groups, because who is actually coeval, who actually lines up in time, it gets tricky when you don't have high precision there in the dating. Up to 980 feet thick, so okay, 300 meters. We're also just dealing with a lot of strata. So it could be, it's not just that the dating is imprecise, it's also that you're just dealing with a ton of time in there. Holy moly. 300 meters thick. This is like, it sounds thicker than the Hell Creek. By a significant margin. Hell Creek is what, like 100 meters? Although it is considered to be partially lacustrine, that's lake-derived, sandstone layers at Bayan-Shiri localities seem to indicate that a large meandering fluvial system, so a big meandering river, was present. It has been implied that during the late Bayan-Shirinian times, large rivers with direct connections to the sea drained a prominent part of the eastern Gobi region. Alright, so correlations. Could be coeval with the Iran-Debasu Formation. Paleobiota. So here we have different critters that are known from this time and place. Gobi Hadros, Amtocephaly, Pachycephalosaur, Achillobatar, big old Dromaeosaur is from this time and place, and Erlikosaurus. Really, really? Good old Erlikosaurus. Also from this formation. I didn't realize that. So Erlikosaurus, Segnosaurus, and now DUONYCHUS. Three different therizinosaurs. No, 4. Enigmasaurus too. Shoot. 4 therizinosaurs, all from the same formation. That's kind of wild. I've long wondered whether Enigmasaurus and Erlikosaurus are the same critter. I would not be surprised if they were. But it makes me wonder, what is Enigmasaurus known from? Is it just a pelvis? Enigmasaurus. Known only from a well-preserved pelvis and other tentative body remains. So, here. One of the things that I'm going to be looking at in real time as we go through this paper is how many overlapping parts we have between our new dinosaur and these other therizinosaurs that are from the same time and place. If we have a pelvis from Duonykchus, and I think we do, there should be distinctive differences between this and Enigmasaurus to show that these are indeed different dinosaurs. Do we have... Let's look at that skeletal there. We've got part of a pelvis, part of the ilium. We've got a proximal ischium, and it's like an almost complete pubis. How well does that line up with what we've got for Enigmasaurus, I wonder? Huh. Could these potentially be the same animal? What a weird-looking skeleton, by the way. These huge honkin' hips, really, really short torso, presumably very long neck, as is characteristic for therizinosaurs. And these kind of spindly but long arms, 2 claws. Wild. And I'm glad that we've got photos of the specimens here too. I like this figure. This is good. This is good. Anyway, what do we have for Erlikosaurus? For Erlikosaurus, we've got, of course, the skull, like I have here in my office. We've got a humerus, upper arm bone. We've got a foot. So, Erlikosaurus and Enigmasaurus, what are the odds that they're the same critter? I think pretty high. What are the odds that this is the same animal as Duonykchus? They should address that in the paper, so we'll take a look. Here we describe a new therizinosaur taxon, Duonykchus sagbatari, based on a specimen that is exceptionally preserved and atypical hands. With respect to other therizinosaurs, this new taxon is unique in possessing a definitive didactyl, 2-fingered hand. The specimen is also novelly, among non-paravian theropods, preserves a complete 3-dimensional sheath representing the keratinous claw. Consequently, Duonykchus sagbatari provides insight into the evolution of digit reduction among avitheropods, so the bird-like theropod dinosaurs, and reveals feeding behavioral implications associated with the large claws in therizinosaurs. Nice. Very, very cool. There's that figure we saw in the press release. Etymology, we already know. Duonykchus means 2 claws. The holotype specimen was collected from the Orlibe Kudak locality within the Bayan-Shiri Formation. Primarily consists of conglomerates, sandstones, and mudstones deposited in alluvial and fluvial settings in the eastern Gobi Desert, Mongolia. Recent uranium lead dating of calcite from caliche layers at Kangil Sav locality, which represents only a portion of the formation, yielded ages of 95.9 plus or minus 6 million years, and 89.6 plus or minus 4 million years, corresponding to the Cenomanian to earliest Coniacian stages, consistent with ages reported in previous studies. Okay, so there's still a pretty wide range. We're talking about, like, millions of years. Like, the window that this critter could be from is pretty wide. We're talking millions of years here, so we don't have a real precise date on it. So, diagnosis, we've got several of, like, the unique characteristics of this new fossil outlined here. Long neural spines on the vertebrae. We saw that in this figure. Here, what I'm going to do is... we'll find that image and we'll open it in a new tab.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen.
This is something that's certainly never been seen before. Dynonic name. Nickname. I appreciate the follow. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So we've got long neural spines on the vertebrae, the dorsal vertebrae. Neural spines are these projections that come off the top of the vertebrae here, off of the centra. Really long. That's interesting. Kind of implies that there's tendons reaching off of this to help support the front of the body as the animal rears up on its hind legs, stretches up into the treetops, potentially. Yeah. Little Pig Pony says, wait, can they make that deduction? What if this individual had a mutation? Well, every individual has mutations, Little Pig Pony. That's how evolution works. But that's the thing, is that when you look at these, they don't look malformed. It really looks like this is an adaptation rather than a mutation. And if you had, like, a bad mutation like that, like you're missing numbers of fingers, if it's something you're not supposed to have, this animal probably would not have grown nearly as large as it did. It would have died pretty early on in life, presumably. Also, you've got that... this little splint right here. Right there. That shows, you know, it's not like this is just missing. That is the reduced remains of digit number 3 right there. So we see the same thing in tyrannosaurs, actually. And we've got lots of specimens of them. So in the Pex Rex mount, the only genuine, like, actual fossil Tyrannosaurus skeleton on display in the whole state of Montana. There we go. You can see that there. This is during construction, so the lower jaw is still being put on. But you can see that little splint right there from digit 3. This might be clearer. Kind of, yeah. You can just see it right there. Little splint of digit 3. So we know from other groups of dinosaurs, when they are reducing their numbers of digits, this is kind of how it goes. This is the pattern that we see. Is that it's not like the finger disappears overnight. Through successive generations, it gets smaller and smaller, and then you've got this vestigial little, like, splint there. Even millions of years after that digit is no longer functional, you still have, throughout the generations, a little splint retained in the hand. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. But Little Pig Pony, you do raise a good point. If we only have one specimen, how can we tell what's really typical for the species? And the answer is we can't. We're kind of making an unavoidable assumption that what we see in that first specimen, first and only specimen, is what's normal, typical for that species. So it's important to keep that in mind so we don't run too far with our speculations, you know? Anyway, how are you doing, Mini Pie? Do you want another treat? Is that why you're back? All right, let's make that happen. Yeah. Maybe I'll get some treats for me, too. Oh, look at that. Some goodies for you. There you go, mini pie. You want another one? There you go. That's some good stuff. Look at this. Another one. See, if I put a bunch on the desk at once, she usually won't eat them. But if I dole them out one by one, it seems more interesting. He's like, oh, I like this service. There you go, compliments of the chef. Good stuff. Here, I'm gonna put some hand sanitizer on, and then I'm gonna eat some salted mixed nuts. I'll be right back. This sounds exciting. I decided to get trail mix instead, left over from the Utah trip. Ooh. Look at that. She's like, I don't want that. What's this, raisins and stuff in here? Peanuts? She says, no thanks. But I like it. Oh yeah. Like, why are you eating those treats? These are my treats, mini pie. These are mine. Oh, sorry, Casey. I was just starting to get hungry, and I don't want that to have a detrimental effect upon the stream. Anyhow, share with the class. Here, chat, you want some? Here. Here, grab a handful. Raisins and other dried berries tend to accumulate at the top, so let me get some peanuts and almonds there for you too. There you go. How's that? Alright, let's get back to our new dinosaur here. Oh, you're welcome. There, Chaotic Kitten, Jazzy Cat. Yeah. Alright, so we've got pneumatic dorsal ribs with, like, air spaces in them hooked up to the respiratory system. We see this in a lot of theropod dinosaurs, especially Maniraptorans. Semilunate carpal and the rings. Reduced metacarpal 3, forming a splint. Absence of digit 3. And the hand, equally sized manual digits 1 and 2. And... oh, hang on. 1, 2, and 2, 3. Absence or reduced of... or reduction of the flexor fossa and manual phalanges. Okay, here we go. In trying to distinguish our new dinosaur from Enigmasaurus and Erlikosaurus, who were from the same time and the same place, roughly speaking, we've got this. Its humerus has a more proximally positioned deltopectoral crest compared to Erlikosaurus. So, again, our humerus. This is the deltopectoral crest right here. And so they're saying that in Duonychus, it's closer to the proximal end. So this crest is a little bit higher up than it is in Erlikosaurus. I forgot we had a humerus for Erlikosaurus. And in Duonychus, the antipicondyle is reduced with a markedly narrow groove.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Thank you, Snake Socks, for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Again, this is the humerus of Nothronychus here, from the Cretaceous of New Mexico. Unlike in Enigmasaurus, which has a fused pubic boot and coalesced sacral vertebrae, Duonychus has an unfused pubic boot and ventrally flat sacral vertebrae with a shorter second sacral. I do wonder whether those are ontogenetically variable traits. In a lot of dinosaurs, certain bones will fuse up as the animal grows and matures. The bones will sometimes slightly change shape, especially if we're talking about like the skull or the vertebrae, or the limbs to a certain extent. But I don't know how much ontogenetic variation you get within a sacrum, or in the hips for that matter. Duonychus has an anteriorly deflected humeral shaft and a nearly straight ventral border of the pubic boot, distinguish it from the convex shape seen in Segnosaurus. Interesting. So they do make a case here that this animal is different from all the other therizinosaurs that are from the same time and place. But it does make me wonder, you know? It's good that we've got a humerus to compare between Erlikosaurus and Duonychus. And that does look different. Just looking at the silhouette, it looks different. But Enigmasaurus, just those hips. Yeah. I don't know. I do wonder about that. Little Pink Pony says, and this variation can't be attributed to the differences in individual animals. I don't know. I don't know how variable they are. So like we were talking about yesterday with those Pachyrhinosaurus frills, the parietal bar, and the P2s and 3s on there. There's a crazy amount of variation there in those guys. As we were discussing.
It's really bringing to light.
But these are features that seem to have evolved to maybe specifically to show individual variation. This is almost like the animal's, well, I was going to say fingerprint, but fingerprints didn't evolve for distinguishing individuals. They just happen to be unique. Could be that's the same with these. But it does kind of seem like these that might be the purpose of having this kind of ornamentation. This is an extra thing just for show on the animal's head. So it's not used as a can opener or something. It's just, there's no like functional purpose for it other than being able to tell each other apart. These are very social animals, presumably. They lived in groups. They all seem to have died together in a big herd. That's different from your hips. Your hips are encased in flesh. Nobody can see them. So it's not like the hips evolved to highlight individual variation. So yeah. I don't know. Most therizinosaur skeletons are incomplete and often lack the femur, leading this study to apply the body mass estimation method of Zano and Makovicky for Duonychus. Our results indicate that Duonychus is a medium-sized therizinosaur with an estimated body mass of about 260 kilos. Duonychus appears comparable in... so about over 500 pounds. Duonychus appears comparable in size to Erlikosaurus. Oh. Hyacinth Live.
Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Welcome, Hyacinth and Raiders. How are you all doing? It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We are talking about a brand new dinosaur just published. And, here. Take a look.
Alberta scientist is being credited with helping identify a previously unknown species of dinosaur. Darla Zelnitsky of the University of Calgary is the co-author of a study on the Duonychus.
Yeah.
The species normally had 3 fingered claws, but Zelnitsky says...
So not the species. Therizinosaurs as a group usually had 3 fingered hands, claws on each finger. Just 2 fingers on this guy, which is wild.
This specimen has just 2. The fossils were unearthed in Mongolia 13 years ago. Still the only one ever found.
Yep. Most dinosaurs that have been discovered are based on one solitary specimen. Some dinosaurs, we've got literally thousands of individuals that have been found. But for the majority of dinosaur genera and species that have been named, it's usually just 1 per genus or species. So yeah. Brick Muppet says, wait, new dinosaur? I thought those had been discontinued. Har har. Very funny. Now, on average, a new dinosaur is discovered more than once every 2 weeks. Not discovered, but named. Like scientifically described in the literature. This is one of my one of the things I was presenting on. Here we go. At the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis late last year. Let me find my poster. There we go. Yeah. Examining the pace of dinosaur discovery. So, yeah. 1 new dinosaur genus or species published every 9.58 days over the past decade. So yeah, more than 1 new dinosaur announced every 10 days. It's pretty cool when you think about it. Like, yeah. It's a nice looking poster. Thank you, Little Pink Pony. I spent I was designing this live on stream, actually. Yeah, that was... You should go back and find those VODs. It was a lot of fun. And Freya Malinois, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello. Yeah. I had a lot of fun making this poster and even more fun presenting it. It was a ton of fun. Just trying to tally how many different dinosaurs have been named each year. That's what the bar graph represents. So those are each different years from 2015 to 2024. And it... yeah, there does seem to be kind of a drop-off after COVID starts. But if last year is any indication, we are on the ascent again. There were, I think, 43 or maybe 44 new dinosaur species published last year. So far, how many do we have this year? Let's count them. So far, this year, we've got 1 with Iavatum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 so far this year. Which is, and actually not all of these are technically this year. Some of these I already counted for last year. We're still like waiting on official publication for some of these. So we don't want to be cannibalizing some from last year too. But anyway, that was part of this project, was to try and outline, okay, which ones were actually officially published in which year, so that we can get our tallies all proper and, you know, we're not double dipping on any of these dinosaurs. So yeah, a couple rolled over for sure, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. My friends told me about your stream, says Freya. Sorry, delayed response. Hey. No worries, that's awesome. Sounds like you've got some cool friends. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, our newest of the new dinosaurs so far. Well, actually, it might be this guy. That's not even been, like, announced in the press yet. The paper is out. Nobody really knows about it yet. But here we go. Duonykchus. Our new dinosaur, just published a couple days ago. There's a link to the Wikipedia article. One of the wonderful things about Wikipedia is that it is so up-to-date when it comes to dinosaurs in particular. The people who edit the dinosaur part of Wikipedia are all over it. They are Johnny on the spot. Sometimes before the authors of the paper even know that it's been published yet. They submit the paper for publication. They wait. Sometimes the folks who edit Wikipedia, somehow they're able to figure this out first. Like, oh shoot, this paper just got published. The authors don't even know it yet. It's really fast, is my point. And already we've got, look at this references section. 16 different references. This is fantastic. Again, this article was just written, or just started, what, like 2 days ago? Impressive. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we're already taking a look at the actual paper published right now. We're getting it straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. Sounds weird. But anyway, unfiltered. Got the pure science right here. Hot off the press. Duonykchus appears to be comparable in size to Erlikosaurus, estimated at 278 kilos, but smaller than other therizinosaurs. Oh, and Sculpin, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Sculpin. Good stuff. Good stuff. 5 lucky chatters. Won't even have to think about ads for the next month on this channel. Thanks to your generosity, Sculpin. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, we already know a lot of this from the figure. The cool thing about a good figure is it makes a lot of the text kind of redundant. Duonykchus has 6 sacral vertebrae. Interesting. Consistent with other therizinosaurs. So we've got a description of the animal's anatomy. There is that beautiful figure right there showing how much of the skeleton we have that's highlighted in white. The rest is inferred from other therizinosaurs, other members of the same family. There will be parts of this that are incorrect. It'll probably be subtle differences. But this is a pretty good approximation of what this critter skeleton would look like. And that skull there, does that look familiar to anybody? They don't have a skull from this new animal. And that is, of course, based upon this skull, Erlikosaurus here. It's my 3D print of this other Mongolian therizinosaur from the same formation. As far as I know, like, probably the best 3D preserved therizinosaur skull in the world. That's why we've got it in our stream background today. So it's just lovely. You've got really nice preservation here, just like they said in the press release, exquisite. hips, sacral vertebrae, ilium. We've got their pubis and both pubes rather. Dorsal vertebrae right here from the back, really long neural spines, and those hands. So you can see the little split right there, MC3, that's the third metacarpal. All of the unguals, or excuse me, the phalanges, are already gone. This animal is adapted to, it's evolved two-fingered hands. Got rid of digit 3 some time ago, it seems. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, and a lot like Nothronychus, whose humerus we have right here. This guy's humerus also looks wide from the side, but head on, it's really thin, it looks like. Very cool. And there's that hand. So there's that little splint right here. All that remains of the third digit. Vestigial right there. It's just beautiful preservation. Really, really nice. And very cool. So they're actually trying to show this is what the range of motion on the forelimbs would be. It's got your humerus and radius and ulna. So kind of flexing at the elbow there. Range of motion for the claw. Like this. And they're actually able to infer how long the keratin sheath would be. Because this one has got the keratin sheath reserved. Super, super cool. So here they've got a dotted line that shows where the bony part of the claw ends. And that keratin sheath actually shows you how long this would be. So, again, to go back to Nothronychus here. This is my 3D print of a Nothronychus claw, scanned from the original. You would have that keratin sheath extending out to probably about here. So this claw would be much longer in life. If this here is any indication. Super cool. See, not the sort of animal you would want to get in a slap fight with. Like, just cut you in half. Because these claws are thin, too. You know? Yeah, they're not like a big meat hook. They're probably, you know, compressed along that axis to make them a little bit more lightweight. Because again, if these guys are reaching up into the treetops all day to pull down branches to eat, if that's indeed what these claws are for, then length without too much volume is the name of the game. That's what we see in other therizinosaurs that kind of take this to an extreme, like Therizinosaurus. It's just got these stupid long claws that are very thin from side to side. Yeah. Wild. Wild. And you can buy replicas of these online. Yeah. So again, here is kind of a speculative take on what these guys are doing. This is from Ranger Rick magazine, I guess. Nice. So yeah, I don't know if we have solid evidence that these guys were actually sitting on their haunches, but it would make sense. And just using those claws to kind of manipulate branches, pull them down, push them out of the way so your head and neck can get to other places. Good stuff. Good stuff. Some of their claws were as long as baseball bats. These bulky dinosaurs likely used their claws as rakes. A hungry therizinosaur may have sat on the ground, then used its claws to pull leafy branches close. Chomp, chew, yummy salad. I like this explanation here. That's not all those claws were good for. Many therizinosaurs were big and slow, but they couldn't run away when an enemy came near. They probably used their claws to fight off attackers, and that make a lot of sense. Yeah. Good stuff. framework paper here. So yeah, these guys don't have the stupid long claws that Therizinosaurus does, but they're still pretty long, and even longer with that sheath, you know? Again, the preservation here is exquisite. This is why I have 3D prints in my office and not real fossils. Afford to throw them around a little bit. Having the keratin sheath preserved on a claw is very rare. It does happen, but it's always noteworthy when it does. This is not a typical thing. Like, you're very, very lucky if you have that kind of preservation where the keratin itself gets preserved too. And Freya says, would this have anything to do with trees or food source being smaller but on broader branches? That's a good question. I don't know. If we do indeed have multiple kinds of Therizinosaur living in this same environment with different kinds of arms and claws, that would imply that they're feeding on different kinds of plants. Maybe some of these guys are eating leaves off of trees with thicker branches that require more force for pulling down, or something like that. I don't really know. Yeah. It raises some interesting questions. Anyhow. Yeah. So there are slight differences in some of the phalanges and the finger bones between each other, but it does seem like these animals they're trying hard to have fingers that are of the same length. So the 2 fingers that they've got, unlike my 2 fingers where my middle finger is longer than my index finger, almost like ornithomimosaurs, it seems like these guys are striving toward having fingers of the same length, which might have something to do with their feeding strategy. Joint range of motion and ungual shape. Okay, discussion. Here we go. Now we're going to get to some of the juicy stuff. Phylogenetic analysis, so like coming up with an evolutionary family tree for these animals, through cladistics, reveals Duonychus is nested in a derived clade within Therizinosauridae, or it and Nenshiungasaurus, and the clade of Suzhousaurus, the Bisecti taxon from Kyrgyzstan, right? Paralatherizinosaurus and Therizinosaurus from an unresolved polytomy. Oh boy. Duonychus is thus recovered in a clade distinct from the other 3 known species of Therizinosaur from the lower upper Cretaceous Bion-Shiri formation. So they're saying this animal is, when they do some cladistics on it, it seems to show up in a different spot on the family tree from the other Therizinosaurs from the same time and place, which is interesting. When we're talking about cladistics, here, this should help explain in really simple terms what cladistics is. This like computerized method we use for coming up with family trees for different organisms, including dinosaurs.
Better. That's the way science works. It works by method. And we have to agree on a method. The method people are using is the method of using shared derived evolutionary characters.
The method is called cladistics.
So this is kind of an older video. This is from 1991. Holy cow. Before I was born. Probably. But this is a way of, when we're trying to figure out which creatures are more closely related to other creatures, we're talking about their ancestry. We're talking about how recently they shared a common ancestor. This is how we classify living things as scientists. And in an effort to try and be a little bit more objective about this, so it's less speculative and more, based on numbers, we use cladistics.
A systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs. And these two are closer still because only they have feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Yep. Does that make sense? So, this is a really simplified version of this. When you're actually coding different characters for a paper like this one for Duonychus, there's so much more detail that goes into it. You're talking about, the ratio of the length of the humerus to that of the radius is greater than that of the tibia to the femur. Some things like that. Little tiny presences or absences of prongs on different bones and stuff like that. These can all be phylogenetically informative characteristics. Characters, we call them. And you code your characters. It's a 1 or a 0, or sometimes a 2. I've seen cladograms as well where you use other numbers as well, but you're taking those different numbers, you're putting them into a computer, and then spitting out a family tree like this. Check it out.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors.
There's Jacques Gautier there.
And only a few features are really unique to you.
Somebody that you used to know.
And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors.
So what Jacques is saying here is that there are certain characteristics that can throw you off, and it's best to ignore those. The ones that are actually informative are the ones that tell you about your ancestry, or about how you're different from your ancestors. So there's certain features, certain characters they're bad characters. You just ignore them. They'll confuse you. You got to figure out which ones actually give you useful information about ancestry and evolution.
You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers. Because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle.
Yep.
Right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails.
Yeah.
And we're big.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
So kind of an old computer here. Again, this is from the earliest 90s. It's probably filmed in 1990, potentially. So yeah, here he's just typing it in by hand. And this is going to be a pretty simple cladogram right there. Just 1s and 0s and 2s. Different character states.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence.
And Freya says, technically birds lack tails. No, they do have a tail. It's called a pygostyle. That little bony nubbin that comes off of the sacrum. That's a bony tail. It's just very short. Yeah.
Applied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. And birds are the continuation of that line.
So, see how that works? I'm just trying to walk you through the very basics of cladistics right here, so that when we look at this tree, it makes a bit more sense. So you can draw these trees in different ways. You can flip them around at the node and stuff, and it doesn't matter. We've got a cladogram right here on the Wikipedia article for Duonychus already. So this shows the same thing. We've just got illustrations of these animals for each of these, which is cool. Kind of shows at a glance. Yeah, that's what they look like. There's Falcarius, the basalmost one, like we were talking about earlier. Bapiausaurus, also pretty basal. So these are near the base of the family tree. They're what we call early diverging. You could call them primitive, but there's a lot of, like, weird implications. When a scientist uses the word primitive, it's just like, ugh. So we could say they're early diverging. They diverged early on. They split pretty early on, so they're basal, they're near the base, they're early diverging. Read primitive, I guess. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, here's our new guy, Duonykchus. We'll take a look at the paper here. So Duonykchus right there forms a polytomy with Nenshungasaurus. So a polytomy is where, despite your best efforts, coding as many characters as you can, trying to come up with a good tree, it's still like, yeah, this guy and your guy, they look equally derived or primitive. So they're basically in the same spot. Nenshungasaurus and Duonykchus. The cladogram program wasn't able to... They're basically like occupying the same spot right there. So you want to avoid polytomies as much as you can, but sometimes it's impossible. Sometimes, despite your best efforts, there's just limited information that you're putting into there, and you end up with a polytomy. So let me define that for you. Yeah. So an internal node of phylogenetic tree is described as a polytomy or a multifurcation. If it is an eroded tree and is linked by 3 or more child subtrees. So there we go. Here. This is a good tree right here. No polytomies. This one here, you've got 3 different taxa that all spring from the same spot. That's a polytomy. Here's a polytomy. Sometimes you end up with really bad ones where there's like 50 species and like they all seem to come from the same origin point according to the tree, and it's like, that's probably not right. Does that make sense? Yeah. One of these days we'll do a whole series of streams on cladistics and how all that works, and I can even teach you how to use these programs live. We could do some exercises together with some free programs like Mesquite or Palp or something like that. You can run it on your computer and code some characters together and make ourselves a dinosaur family tree based on it. Anyhow, something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but just haven't sat down and figured out how to do it. It would be like, you know, it would be like designing a college course. Anyway, we'll do that one of these days. So yeah, here we go. Duonykchus right here forms a polytomy with Nenshungasaurus, and then with this whole big clade right here too. Or no, maybe that's not a polytomy, but this is right here. Suchosaurus, the Bisecti taxon, Paralatherizinosaurus, and Therizinosaurus all form a polytomy right there. That's not ideal, but that's what they came up with. Yeah. So a time-scaled 50% majority rule consensus tree of Therizinosauria from this study. The strict consensus tree of Therizinosauridae is shown in the lower left. So a strict consensus tree has an even bigger polytomy, which is a little frustrating. But yeah. The point is, we don't have very many specimens of Therizinosaurs from around the world. So far, they're only known from North America and Asia. And the specimens that we have are often not very complete. So we've got limited information. So their relationships are still a bit hazy at this point. How they're related to one another. Like where you've got splitting events, let alone anagenesis. Yeah. Anywho, so much left to be learned about Therizinosaurs.
what's cool is that this group of dinosaurs, the therizinosaurs, we didn't even know that they were a group until the 90s. They were a big mystery for a long time. Let's do a brief detour and I'll show you. In this book over here, David Norman's Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs. So he was working on this back in the 80s. Probably started in the late 70s, I imagine. This would have been a massive undertaking. There will never be another super comprehensive dinosaur book like this ever published, I don't think. It's just... At the time, this chronicled just about everything we knew about dinosaurs. Nowadays, we know so much more, and there's so many more dinosaur species, so many more dinosaur families. There's whole families that are not in this book, because they've only recently been recognized, things like therizinosaurs. So here, there are therizinosaurs in this book, but they are under the banner of miscellaneous theropods. Yeah, things like Segnosaurus, here shown eating a fish. We now realize that this is a therizinosaur and would look much more like this guy right here. Segisaurus, who's from super early, like the early Jurassic North America. Avamimus right here, which we now recognize as like an oviraptorosaur. But anyway, yeah. Segnosaurids. So this is the old name for therizinosaurs. They were still a mystery at the time. There were researchers at this time who were like, I don't think these are theropods at all. I think they're probably sauropods or something like that. Yeah, we just didn't know at the time. It's bizarre. Yeah, in 1985, Greg Paul made the rather controversial suggestion that Segnosaurids may be late surviving relatives of early prosauropods and ornithischians. This is a contentious claim which is bound to provoke much argument. Yeah. This feels to me like a very late addition to the text too. This must have been like probably just before it went to print, because I think this book came out, what, 86? Let's look at the publication date. No, 1985. Yeah. So yeah, this must have been a late addition to the text. Anywho, Segnosaurus, pelvis right here. Now we recognize this is a therizinosaur. There's Erlikosaurus' skull. That's, again, this guy right here. Yeah. And then Therizinosaurus claw. So, Therizinosaurids. Oh shoot, they are a group at this time. They didn't recognize that Segnosaurids and Therizinosaurids are the same family. So a large amount of dinosaur material was collected by a Soviet Mongolian expedition to the southern Gobi Desert in 1948, which included some very large bony claws. These later were described as Therizinosaurus, scythe reptile, and were associated with some large flattened ribs. Later in 1957, 59, and 1960, more large claws were discovered in Kazakhstan, Transbaikalia, and Inner Mongolia. The latter consisted of not only a large claw, but also a partial forelimb, the incomplete hind limbs, and a tooth. The remains were of a large theropod dinosaur and finally proved that the claws of Therizinosaurus, originally thought to belong to a turtle, were those of a dinosaur. The large flattened ribs finally proved to be the ribs of a large sauropod dinosaur. So the ribs didn't belong to a therizinosaur at all. As was the case with Dinochirus, the remains of Therizinosaurus hint at some extraordinary late Cretaceous dinosaur from Asia. One of the claws from the hand measures approximately 28 inches, 70 centimeters in length. This does not include the horny part of the claw, which would have been made it even longer, the keratinous sheath. Precisely what these huge claws were used for is a mystery. They may have been formidable weapons for slashing through the skin of their prey, or it has been suggested by others
They may have been used to tear open termite mounds, like anthills. However, it does seem rather hard to believe such a large animal lived on just termites or ants. Once again, we have a desperate need to discover more of these amazing and perplexing fossil creatures. And so throughout the 1990s, more therizinosaur material started to pop up here and there. Almost all of it in Asia until the discovery of Nothronychus. I think Tom Holtz might talk about that a little bit in this book too. Here we go. The ornithomima, or excuse me, therizinosaur is what he refers to. I'm trying to simplify things as sloth dinosaurs. Paleontologist Michael Brett Sermon of the Smithsonian has called the therizinosaurs dinosaurs designed by committee. In other words, they seem like they were put together by a bunch of people with very different ideas of what a dinosaur should be, and as a result, look like a hodgepodge of various groups. Since their discovery, therizinosaurids have been considered theropods, sauropodomorphs, and ornithischians. A neat trick, yeah. But there is now enough known about these dinosaurs for us to be sure that all of their parts really do go together, and they are a type of Maniraptorian Coelurosaurian theropod. So, Maniraptorans are the very bird-like dinosaurs that include dromaeosaurs and oviraptorosaurs and critters like that. Yeah, good stuff. So the later therizinosaurids, like our new guy, Duonychus, were typically as long or longer than Falcarius and were much more heavily built. In fact, as far as theropods go, they were just plain fat, with great big beer belly-like guts. In order to make room for those big guts, their pubis bone pointed backward, as it does in birds. The legs and feet of the more advanced therizinosaurids were short and stocky. Anyway, we were talking more about this earlier. Yeah. Therizinosaurids, sometimes called segnosaurs, like we saw in that book, were first thought to be fish eaters, again like we saw in that book with Segnosaurus. But not because of any direct evidence. It was simply because their discoverers assumed they must have been carnivores, they're theropods, right? Because they were clearly too slow to catch animals on land. But their teeth show that the sloth dinosaurs, therizinosaurs, were indeed primarily, if not exclusively, herbivorous. So anyway, some nice, historical context there. This book was published in 2006, I think? Maybe 2007? So, yeah. It's still a book that I recommend to anybody who wants, an excellent kind of introductory level to dinosaurs as a whole. This is still one of the very best books you can get. Dinosaurs by Holtz. Illustrations by Ray, R-E-Y. Good stuff. Anywho. They're weird critters, therizinosaurs. They really are. And now that we've got one with just 2 fingers on each hand, bizarre. But very cool. Let me, put this one back. Never Stop Dreaming. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Back to our paper. The well-preserved manus, that's the hand, and the 3-dimensional claw of Duonychus provide insight into potential functional aspects of the hand. So what are these guys doing with their weird 2-fingered hands? The anatomy of the hand offers some suggestions. Based on ventral curvature and angle of attack parameters on the claw, so how much the claws can actually move on the finger, the preserved keratinous claw of Duonychus reveals functions within the range of scansorial climbing, tenosaurial grappling, to amplectorial grasping. Of these, so it's clear these guys were not climbing. They're way too heavy for that, way too big. Grappling might make sense. Grasping probably makes more sense too. Of these functions, the herbivorous or omnivorous diet and body size of Duonychus, as in other therizinosaurids, would suggest an amplactorial usage. So basically using these claws for grasping or for raking, where the claws serve to grasp branches, as in chameleons and some mammals. For instance, the southern Timandua anteater, rather than to climb trees like squirrels or to grasp seeds or manipulate prey like birds of prey or felines. Despite having only 2 functional digits, Duonychus was likely an effective grasper, considering the extreme flexion near 90 degrees at the ungual joint and the strong curvature of the keratinous claw. Features unknown for other therizinosaurs. Based on the shape of the ungual and the dimensions of the keratinous claw, Duonychus could have grasped branches or swaths of vegetation up to approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Wow. Which is less than the diameter of those grasped by therizinosaurs, suggesting Duonychus may have been more selective in its foraging behavior. It's also just smaller, though. I mean, you got to account for allometry in that sense. Although keratinous claws are not preserved in other therizinosaur specimens, the bony unguals of Duonychus are of comparable morphology to those found in other forms such as Falcarius, Aurelianosaurus, and Arthronicus. The manus, the hand of Duonychus, with its strong ungual flexion, so its claws able to... Ungual flexion is when the claw can move around a lot on the joint. You've got that articular surface right there. So a lot of flexion means it's, can move up and down quite a bit. Strong ungual flexion and claw curvature further supports the manus of derived therizinosaurs, likely served in a rake or a hook and pull function to bring vegetation to the mouth during feeding, as previously suggested. Again, this is something that's that we've been talking about here. Where was that image? Let's get rid of a bunch of these tabs. There we go. The idea that these guys... There we go. Probably use those forelimbs to bring tree branches closer to their mouths in order to be able to eat. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense to me. At least that's the best idea we've got so far for such an incredibly weird animal. Like, what in the world? Bizarre. They're so cool. Like, they're incredibly strange critters. Anywho. Mega sloth bird, says Freya. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, hook and pull function to bring vegetation to the mouth during feeding as previously suggested. I don't have a better alternative than that, so yeah, I'll buy it. Although claws usually have a dominant function, likely for hook and pull foraging in most derived therizinosaurs, these structures could also have been utilized for other purposes such as territoriality, defense, courtship, play, etc. Sure. Fair. Duonychus also provides insight into evolutionary patterns of manual digit reduction or loss in theropods. So when these animals are, throughout evolutionary time, over tens of millions of years, you see this again and again. Different groups of dinosaurs get rid of some of their fingers. They reduce their number of digits. The earliest dinosaurs that we know of had 5 fingers on each hand. That's the primitive state for dinosaurs. But you move up through time and they start losing digits. So like Dilophosaurus is usually depicted with 4 fingers.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Trek Nerd, thank you for the 51 months. Holy cow, it's a long time. Getting up there in age, Trek Nerd. As the alert would suggest. Thank you, Trek Nerd. 51 months is incredible, and I appreciate you for it. Trek Nerd says, proud to support the best science outreach there is. And what might that be? Surely you don't mean me. I appreciate you, Trek Nerd. I really do. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Dilophosaurus often depicted with 4 fingers on each hand. Although, here we've got 3. Interesting. Anyway, 3 is typical for dinosaurs like Allosaurus, from later in the Jurassic period. 3 fingers on each hand. And then there's multiple groups of theropod dinosaurs that reduce their digit count even further. Like, for instance, tyrannosaurs. 2 fingers on each hand, famously for dinosaurs like T-Rex and Tarbosaurus and their relatives. 2 fingers on each hand. There we go, yeah. So the arc of dinosaurian evolution is long, but it bends toward fewer fingers. I think that's safe to say. But how does that happen? This new dinosaur here in this paper provides some interesting clues. So the functionally didactyl, digits 1 and 2 hand in Duonychus is unique among therizinosaurs, relatively rare among theropod species. Our discovery reveals that the reduction or loss of a functional third digit has occurred 5 times at least in theropoda, among the 2-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, specifically within the subclade Avatheropoda. Such a reduction in the third digit appears to have occurred convergently in 5 clades, including Allosauridia, right there, assuming such a phylogenetic placement for Gualicho, probably an Allosauroid, but also in Tyrannosauridae, Alvarezsauridae, Therizinosauridae, and Oviraptorosauria. So 5 different times within theropoda, within the theropod dinosaurs, 5 different examples of when a certain branch on the family tree got rid of some fingers and then they've only got 2. It's happened 5 different times within theropod dinosaurs. So they're talking about some of those examples here and comparing them to this new critter. Yeah. Among Avatheropoda, Duonychus, as the first known didactyl therizinosaur, 2 fingers, exemplifies further plasticity in digit 3 associated with various feeding ecologies that highlights the morphological/functional diversity in multiple instances of convergent evolution where the 4-limb manus are reduced. So this is another example of convergent evolution in these dinosaurs. In different groups of theropods, you lose fingers sometimes. They evolve in that direction, and that's pretty cool. So, and I like that they include this too, limitations of the study. We'll get to that in a second, after we take a look at this figure. Oh, this is neat. So this is all the different times when you've had 2-fingered theropods evolve. Again, the default state for a theropod at the very beginning, or for dinosaurs in general, rather, has seen an Eoraptor, the earliest unequivocal dinosaur we have so far, the oldest, for sure, dinosaur. We've got 5 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In Allosauroids, they start off with 3, at least one kind of Allosauroid, we think, drops it down to 2 digits. Tyrannosaurs start off with 3 and reduce it to 2. Alvarezsaurs start off with 3 and reduce it to 1, potentially. Therizinosaurs start off with 3, and with Duonychus now, we're down to 2 in one species. Oviraptorosaurs, you've got a 2-fingered one there as well. And then birds today still have 3 fingers, but they're encased within like a fleshy mitt that the feathers come off of. Their digits 2 and 3 are kind of fused. They are fused. But it's not like they got rid of digit 3, they just kind of fold it into digit 2. It's really interesting how that works. But yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty darn neat. Yeah, let's take a look at the limitations of the study. This is deliciously honest, I like it. This study is limited by the partial nature of the skeleton. We don't have all the bones, as you recall. A result of both the depositional environment and the circumstances of its discovery. So, shoot, I guess they couldn't get every bone out from the site. The specimen was uncovered during the construction of a water pipeline near Kanbogt town in Amnogovi province, southern Mongolia. Time constraints associated with the construction restricted the excavation, limiting the search area and the extent of fossil recovery. So they're working at an active construction site. They didn't have much time. I wonder if some of the bones accidentally got dug through by an excavator or something like that. Big piece of machinery, that's certainly possible. Despite efforts to maximize recovery within the available time frame, only a partial skeleton was retrieved. The fossil was deposited as part of a channel lag, thus the combination of rapid field excavation and high-energy fluvial deposition contributed to the incomplete nature of the specimen. So what do they mean by that? High-energy fluvial deposition? That means these fossils were buried in a river, and not a gentle, soothing, relaxing kind of river. It's like, this is a high-energy system. They mentioned conglomerates in part of the paper too, so like, that river is moving with sufficient force to carry along stones and stuff. So parts of the skeleton, as the animal's carcass was decaying, were surely carried away by that current. We're lucky to have anything from it, honestly. So these factors limited the availability of more comprehensive material, presenting a key limitation to the study. Well, there you go. Good stuff. And this is cool. I'm seeing some names that I recognize in here. J.I. Kirkland. That's Papa Jim right there. Is cited in this paper. This is the description of Nothronychus. Anyway, cool paper. Really glad that it's open access. And glad we're able to cover it together today. This has been a lot of fun. Again, if you would like to read this for yourself, there is no paywall here. So you can grab it right there. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Eki says this is no different than equines, which went down to 1 hoof in modern animals. Yeah. I mean, it is different in the sense that they'd reduced their forelimbs for a very different reason. They reduced their number of digits, but yeah. Yeah, horses started off with 5 toes, originally. 5 is the default number of fingers or toes for a mammal. We as human beings we've still got that primitive characteristic where we've still got all 5 on each limb. But other creatures reduce that number. Yeah. So, Hyracotherium, i.e. Eohippus, you've got, I guess, 4 on the forefoot, on the hand, and then 3 toes on the foot. So yeah, over time, it's a little bit complicated. Like, it doesn't move in a straight line, horse evolution. You've got horses with 3 toes coexisting with horses with just 1 toe over time, but the gradual trend, if we're going to simplify it, is that horses move from having 4 toes on the hind foot to having just 1 in the modern day. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's claw back up here. Ah! There we are. Speaking of the horse thing, I wonder if I can find that clip from the film The Valley of Guanji. Maybe not. No, we've got it here. This is a really fun movie. Cowboys versus Dinosaurs. It's from 1969. Here.
Well, I'd say you could use a good stiff drink, Professor.
You all right, Mr. Kirby? It's in the trunk there.
Lopi tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
My father used to say
We
it
do.
is not good to dig up the past.
Let sleeping dogs lie, eh? Oh, we're not going to get very far that way now, are we?
That sort of depends on where you want to get to, doesn't it?
To the bottom of things, of course. What Darwin did with his theory of evolution, I intend to do with my theory of the humanoids.
Humanoids?
Means man-like. It's generally believed amongst paleontologists that man first evolved about 1 million years ago. I intend to prove it was many eons before that.
So what's funny is that Henry Fairfield Osborn had this same kind of idea. He thought that there were human ancestors that stretched way back into the Eocene and may have ridden three, little horses like Eohippus and stuff like that. This is, I think, kind of derived from that idea. I'm just realizing this now. I've seen this movie a bunch of times, and this is the first time that I put two and two together there.
You'll find a piece of rock. Will you get it? That's it. Now look at the fossil. The impression left in the rock.
That looks like some sort of a footprint.
Precisely. It's an Eohippus.
Eo.
Eohippus. The so-called dawn horse. The ancestor of our present-day horses.
I never saw a horse small enough to leave a print like that, not even a newborn colt.
I've got a 3D printed Eohippus here in my office. It's not painted properly yet, but here it is. This is life size for this animal. The first horses that we have fossils of, about 50 million years ago, give or take, they're not big. They're not big, and they had multiple toes on each, multiple digits on each hand and foot. I think 4 in the back, 3 in the front. Yeah. And Mini Pie is the one who doesn't like it. Exactly, Claireberry, yeah. Yeah.
Notice it had 3 toes. Over the period of evolution, horses have grown much larger, and that center toe has become the hoof as we know it today.
Increíble.
But what is more incredible is the fossil beside it. I'm convinced that that is the tibia of some humanoid that existed at the same time as the Eohippus, possibly more than 50 million years ago.
You found this thing around here?
In the foothills. This is my whole life, Mr. Kirby. But I need time and money. My resources, both financial and physical, are running precariously low.
Well, Professor, what you need is good rest.
Yes, Mr. Kirby. Thank you for your kindness.
Look at the conversation he has with the horse.
Yeah, I'll bet you didn't know that was your middle toe, did you?
Anyway, The Valley of Guanji, 1969. Underrated film, in my opinion. Good stuff. So digit reduction is one of those things that's really interesting. We see it in horses. We see it in tyrannosaurs. We see it in therizinosaurs now. We see it in alvarezsaurs also. Go get that. I'll be right back because we've got some new people here. I want to show off one of my dinosaurs. This right here is Trirarchuncus. Little one-clawed dinosaur. Maybe one clawed. Might have had three, but one big claw on each hand. The name means Captain Hook. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. Captain Hook of the Prairie. This is a dinosaur. Lead author on the paper was Denver Fowler. I'm one of the authors too. Would have looked something like this in life. That's the same framed piece that we have in the office right now.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children.
Rhacodactylus.
That makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Welcome, welcome, Reiko and Raiders. 27 viewers, very nice. Rhacodactylus, how was your stream? Shoot, I was hoping to raid into you later, and you raided into me. It's good to have you here, Reiko. Thanks for joining us. We just got done talking about, well, going through the paper for this brand new dinosaur, Duonykis. His name means two claws. It's a therizinosaur with two claws on each hand. Just bizarre. Really cool, weird animal, Duonykis. And part of the actual keratin sheath is preserved on one of these claws too, which is really rare and very cool. Yeah, and happy belated birthday as well, Rhacodactylus. I hope you had an excellent birthday there. After some gaming, we talked about the demarcation problem. Is that Karl Popper there? Separate science from pseudoscience and the role of values in science. Nice. Yeah. Very cool, Reiko. Very cool. That's awesome. I wish we could have raided in, but I'm too late today. Good stuff. So we were talking about this critter. I got to see this early at the big conference last fall at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And Popper's really outdated? Okay. Well, I know that, Rhacodactylus. Famously, Karl Popper didn't think that evolutionary biology constituted good science. He thought it was too speculative at the time. So yeah, he's pretty behind the times. But the demarcation problem, isn't that something that Karl Popper was one of the first people to publish on? Yeah. Anywho, therizinosaur. So this animal, all of its relatives have got 3 fingers on each hand, as far as we can tell. But this one's got just 2. I guess we've already got some different illustrations of this beastie. There's one of the 2-fingered hand from the paper itself. There's a lovely skeletal restoration of this animal, including photos of the elements that are represented there in white. We've got a garbage AI depiction of the dog water. That's awful. Ugh.
Ew! Brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah. Ugh. Much better illustrations of this critter from some actual artists on DeviantArt. Gabriele Guetto, I think, has a really good one of these too. It's not a DeviantArt one. 2 fingers on each hand. People are excited about this animal, as they should be.
Yeah. It's an interesting chest plumage there. Yeah. Pretty neat. Oh, and there's a lovely one there, too. Yeah. Gabriel Agueto has got, in my opinion, one of the best illustrations so far. Let's find him on Blue Sky. There we go. He says, I had to reconstruct the new two-fingered therizinosaur Duonykchus published yesterday. So he finished this in less than a day. I've been working on various therizinosaurs for a current commission that I cannot talk much about, so I felt I had to reconstruct this taxon as soon as I saw it. And there we go. Beautiful depiction of this animal right there. Really nice. Yeah. Very, very cool. Gotta love it. All I can think of is the two-toed sloth, says Trek Nerd. I mean, yeah, like sloths, these guys would use their arms for hooking branches, but unlike sloths, these guys are not climbing through the trees. They're far too big and heavy for them. Synthberry says, are they sure it was bipedal? Yes, absolutely sure. Those arms are absolutely not built for walking. It might not have been able to, like, touch the ground with its hands. Unless it really bends out. Well, I guess it could. But these guys have got a very upright posture, much more so than other theropods. So yeah, we are absolutely sure that this animal is bipedal. Yeah. Very cool. And again, if you want to read the actual paper, here's a link to it right there in the journal iScience. And then here's a press release that can also take you to the paper right there. Anyway, so really interesting in that this critter's only got 2 claws on each hand, so was about to start talking about alvarezsaurs, which were another group of dinosaurs that reduces their forelimbs and their number of digits to the point where some of them seem to only have 1 claw on each hand, like Mononychus right here. There's another one of these guys from Montana. This one's from Mongolia. Another one of these guys from Montana called Trirarchunchus. I sculpted a model of it digitally and 3D printed it, and here it is. This is my Trirarchunchus model. I'm one of the authors on the original paper from 2020. And I think I've got... Here we go. I've got it right here. In fact, you may have sent this to me, Rhacodactylus, because I don't have access to the journal Cretaceous Research. But there we go. Trirarchunchus prairiensis, new genus, new species, the last alvarezsaurid, Hell Creek Formation, Montana. And there's me right there. Yeah. Is that Geigen's cousin? Very funny. Avocado. So these guys have got extremely short forelimbs, and they may have just 1 claw on each hand. There's the beautiful thumb claw that Jack Wilson found when we were out in the field together in 2015. That was the highlight of the season, really. In fact, highlight of the season. I think that's what we say in our little book here. We made a little photo book. We were working with the American Prairie Reserve, and we wanted to have a little book for them to have in their headquarters in the waiting room. There we go. Yeah, there's our crew in 2015. So from left to right, Jack Wilson, Holly Flora, Denver Fowler, Danny Anduza, Warwick Fowler, and Peter Thomas. Yeah, so we're kind of chronicling the field season here. There's a little Triceratops I drew. There's me climbing onto the roof of the trailer up there. after part of it was destroyed by a hailstorm. Denver's tent got wrecked by that hailstorm, too. It was, that was quite the night when that happened. We weren't sure we were going to make it. Yeah. Anywho, there's a Triceratops that I found. We actually saw this one at the museum in North Dakota. We saw that on display. That's the Count Tricula specimen. But, anywho, paging through. Some more of my little sketches. Helicopter, wildlife, and the find of the summer was this right here. An Alvarezsaurid claw. There's a quick little sketch that I did of what this animal might look like. This might be the first ever drawing of that animal, actually. And here it is published. These guys are so weird and cool, the Alvarezsaurs. I love them so much. They are, they're so neat. They're so neat. Casey says, love seeing your sketches sprinkled throughout. I had, like, just a couple minutes to do each of those sketches. Again, super tight time constraints there. Before Denver had to order the book, so yeah. It's not my best work, but it works. I hope. So what in the world is this animal doing with such bizarre claws? I'll show you. This is what we think they were doing.
Mononychus is a desert specialist. Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
So we think these guys were insect eaters.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus. Single giant claws. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Oh yeah.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
We don't know if they had that, but it would make a lot of sense.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
So yeah, dinosaurs like Mononychus or Trirarchuncus, the Alvarezsaurs, they shorten their forelimbs over time. We see this in their evolutionary history. Early ancestors like Haplochirus have got three-fingered hands on longish arms. And over time, as you go through millions of years and you look at different species over time, the arms get shorter and shorter, and that thumb claw gets bigger and bigger until eventually you've just got this little stub of an arm. Really, really robust and thick, but really short, with that huge, thick claw on it. And we think that's probably used for kind of hook and pole digging. I would love to be able to do some work on some modern animals that have similar shaped claws. Like, for instance, the silky anteater of Central America. But I can't find a zoo that happens to have a silky anteater to go investigate and observe. They don't seem to really exist anywhere outside of Central America. So I might have to go down to Central America at some point. But anyway, that's a paper I'd like to pursue at some point. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Costa Rica trip. That would be cool, Claire Burr. It would be cool. We'll have to see one of these days, you know? Anyway, so
reducing your number of digits is not something that's uncommon in dinosaurs or in other tetrapods as well. So pretty neat. Our new critter Duonychus was unexpected, but not unprecedented. I'll say that. It makes sense. Cool critter. Very cool critter. And I love that there's already multiple people, many people, making art of this animal. Really, really cool. Yeah. So welcome to the world. Welcome back to the world, I should say. Duonychus. What a cool animal. Anyway, with that said, it is time for me to wrap up today's stream. I will be back tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. It's been a while since we've done Thursday Birds Day. Here's a Deinonychus, not Duonychus, but Deinonychus. His name means terrible claw. Duonychus means two claws. Anywho, big thank you to everybody who's about to show up in our credits here. And let's find somebody else to raid right now. Maybe somebody doing some science. Can't raid Rhacodactylus, he already raided us. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and raid into... So we just raided Science Streams the other day. Let's go say hello to Viridi. It's been a while since we've seen what she's up to. She's playing some of the new Assassin's Creed game. That'll work. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for another excellent stream. I appreciate your viewership, your questions, your curiosity, your enthusiasm, your support, both moral and financial. Moderators, thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate every one of you. Thanks for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Thank you to the raiders and the followers, the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers. And those quiet lurkers, too. I appreciate you. That being said, I've got some stuff I gotta do tonight.